I hope you're ready to go live.
Not really. I'm still
Caradog
fingering.
hurriedly buttoning his shirt back up.
I'm busily fingering my microphone.
I see. Well, welcome to the Caradog Russell stream, everyone. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah.
I'm not Russell.
I'm trying to remember how the hell to do a podcast. Hi, everyone. Welcome. What? Okay. you could just yeah. Right. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Caradog is recombobulating himself.
Yeah, because it's not sitting flat.
I see. All right. Well, welcome all. Happy New Year. Did I get a new hoodie for Crimbo? Kind of. It's a hand-me-down. However, it's
all my new clothes.
Yeah, well, it's a jolly nice hand-me-down. You know, my brother-in-law was just like, yeah, I don't wear this, it's still really nice. And I was like, this is extremely comfy looking. I want this. Yes, thank you very much. So yeah, audio is a bit low. Looks fine. We're peaking it. Could be a little bit higher. Everyone is buffering and frame rating. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me bring up the things. Stat. Still happening. Okay. Okay, one sec. Looking into it. No dropped frames. What bitrate are we trying to knock out at the moment?
Between, I think it's a variable 8 or a variable
Up
9.
to 9,000.
Yeah.
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 Seems better now. Seems to have fixed itself. Okay. Okay. I think YouTube is having a wobbly because, like, none of the stats are showing any issues here. We have 3 dropped frames in the entire stream so far, which is 0.0% of frames. So, like, those you drop a couple when you hit the go button as just everything spools up. Otherwise, everything is green. Bitrate is green. Frames are 0. You know. Bleh. Ooh. YouTube says we have an excellent connection. Whatever it is, it's YouTube. All right. Okay. I'm assuming that it's all come good now. So, yeah, I'm going to blame YouTube for that. I think YouTube was having a moment. All right. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're back. Once again, with the ill behavior.
Okay, I was going to say, isn't it back with a brand new show, something, I can't remember. Some other equally pop reference.
Probably. Good, right.
Fine. Hello, good afternoon. It's January 4th, 2025.
It is. Can we just start saying it's 25 now? Like, as opposed to having to say 2025. When can we, because, like, we never said it was 1996, we just said it was 96, you know. So, like, when can you just say the last 2 years of the year, the last 2 numbers of the year? Because, like, it didn't really work it didn't work so well in, like, the 10s, because, like, it was weird to say, oh, back in 17, you know. But, like, can we just say it's 25? Is it? So we've got some motherboards here, and we're going to have a look at some CPUs.
I feel like it's a very social thing. Because I don't think there are any particular rules on it.
Yeah, it's kind of context sensitive, isn't it?
Yeah, but I would imagine it's probably, if we're going to go in a similar thing as we did with the 90s, with the 19 something ones, it's going to be about 40. Because you'll say like 44, 43.
Yeah.
48, 54, 66, and so on. But you wouldn't say 22.
Yeah.
And I don't know why there's a cutoff or where the cutoff is, but it seems to be about the early 40s.
Fair enough. All right. Well, now we've cracked that problem.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the show. So we've got a couple of things to look at today. Top of the pile is, you think it's an MSI B450M, but you'd be wrong. It's actually it's an Asus Prime B450M. I tricked you.
Which isn't a gigabyte at all.
You stupid rube.
You said it was a gigabyte. You lied on 2 counts.
I lied to you, my friend.
It's even worse. Yeah. It's an Asus Prime.
Anyway, this is an Asus Prime B450M-A, but more importantly, this is the 5700G from that computer that I did that was a hit viral video in the scale of my channel.
It got 10,000 views.
Yeah, no, I did well that video actually. Yeah, people want desktop content, man. I've got desktop content in the pipeline. Like 4 desktops came in this week.
Excellent.
And I was like, cool, all right. I don't know if all of them are going to be content, but yeah,
Why not?
I've made some content. Well, a couple of them I've made videos on, but the PC specialist that's down there that I've got on the go at the moment, that is fast turning into a rabbit hole, and I'm going to try and keep going, but like there's an hour and a half of footage, and I am nowhere with diagnostics on that at the moment.
Is it hardware or software?
It is hardware.
Then you are somewhere on diagnostics.
Yeah, that's true. But like, I've got an hour and a half of footage, and so far I've established that it's not software.
Excellent.
So yeah, I basically.
That sounds kind of interesting.
I basically need to go back to zero and start again on that one, because I came in thinking it was going to be a failed SSD or a software issue because it wouldn't boot Windows basically.
Right.
However, as I went into it, I have quickly come to discover that it won't boot anything. It's a lot like, you know, that 4th gen Intel board we looked at in the last stream that we did before the new year?
Oh, where it just kind of froze.
Yeah. Kind of similar vibe, except sometimes it will boot sometimes it will boot a Windows flash drive, or I got it to boot memtest and stuff like that, but I cannot get it to boot from a SATA SSD or an NVMe drive. It just hangs. And
is the motherboard particularly interesting?
It's an Asus B550F gaming, so it's a nice B550, you know. So yeah, it's got tried updating the BIOS and stuff like that. I won't go into it too much because it's not the subject of today. But the point is,
it could be faulty. I'm
gonna try and get a video on it just because it's interesting. But this is one of those cases where the more raw footage I have, the more of just an incoherent rabbit hole the video would become. And it's a case of like, it will take me 2 days to edit this into something that makes any sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
you know?
I feel like
so
if it were me,
I'm going to try, but
I would take what you've got at the moment, edit that out, and then basically go, I'm replacing the motherboard. Does that fix it? Yes, okay. There's an issue with the motherboard. Do I care if there's an issue with the motherboard?
Yeah, true, I guess.
And basically, I would just look for the solution of the computer is fixed for the customer.
Yeah.
More than what is ephemerally wrong with this specific component on this motherboard.
That is true. That is true. Yeah.
Because fixing the computer so the customer has a computer they can do their stuff on is still fixed.
I mean, that's kind of the next story beat anyway, because the previous story beat was basically me going, okay, nothing that I have done so far has proven anything useful. Let's go back to square one and start swapping out components as if this were a no post.
Yeah.
You know, like I skipped all the way past no post diagnostics because it posts.
I mean, does it though?
Yeah, it starts
does
off.
It get to BIOS?
It goes into BIOS. You can go into BIOS anytime you like.
Okay, then it does actually post. Okay.
It's funky, you know. So I skipped past all of that, you know. But yeah, obviously we're at the point where it's like, okay, something fundamentally is wacky with this. So the next thing is to take it apart and put different CPU in it, and put that CPU in the Lianli, and just see if the problem moves around. Because I think we're very rapidly going into there's a funky issue with the motherboard or the CPU again.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of weird, but yeah, mem test passed. And also it doesn't boot from an NVMe drive in the first M.2 slot, which bypasses the PCH. So it's not PCH. So yeah,
it does just sound like the motherboard.
Yeah, that's kind of the direction it's going in. But
womp.
That's how far that video has got anyway. I was going to do more of it today, but I couldn't bring myself to, and I've worked on just a couple of other bits just so that thing doesn't jam up the queue. Anyway,
sensible.
Getting back to this one.
Yes.
This has got the 5700G in from the other video. So this CPU, I'll just get a backplate for that. This CPU doesn't run Windows. Is that an AM4 backplate? That might be an AM3 backplate.
If it is, I'm going to question why you have it.
Because there are AM3 things there. Hey, all right, there we go.
I will then question why you have them.
Shut. So, doesn't run Windows. Doesn't run Windows. Will run memtest. So basically, what we're going to do with this is, the CPU is not really useful per se because you can't run it at stock settings. Like whatever the outcome today is, for better or for worse, it will require custom BIOS setup to make it work. And that's fundamentally not useful. You shouldn't have to custom tune it to make it work. But what we would do is just, in answer to a load of comments, we would try like disabling cores, overvolting or undervolting, limiting clock speed, that kind of thing, or locking the clock. A lot of people were saying that it wouldn't idle, and we needed to lock the clock speed at boost speed or minimum kind of thing. Lock the clock speed at base speed, and it will be stable and things like that. So
maybe
out of morbid curiosity, we're going to have a look at this and see if we can stabilize this CPU just for science.
Ah, yes.
So yeah,
my VRM for my EPU. What's that? My extra power unit.
Did you forget to unplug the phone? I don't unplug the phone, but sometimes the phone rings after hours.
That's how telephones work.
Yeah, and the phone is just slightly closer. So yes. So we're going to have a look at that.
Excellent.
Jay's 2 cents had a similar problem. It was solved by a BIOS update. This has been tested in multiple motherboards, so it's not BIOS. So yeah, it is absolutely a CPU issue. It is not a motherboard or BIOS issue because it has been tested in multiple boards. So yeah, we already know that that's categorically not it. That would be a good shout though. You know, updating the BIOS, that's a good thing to try. I'm going to get some more parts so we can actually get things set up.
So I realised that we may want capture at some point.
Yes.
Capture.
There's a power supply. You've got a cooler for it.
Monitor.
I'll give you the freezer actually, just because that's more convenient.
May I have your smallest dollop of thermal paste? You know.
Actually, no, you cannot, because I don't have any and I forgot to order some this week.
Fine. You'll have to go to the overclocking box and use liquid metal instead.
Yeah, there is the tiniest amount of thermal right there.
Excellent. Only because I thought we should have an effort of cooling.
Yeah, you can put a sniff of thermal paste on there.
Are you going to order more thermal paste?
I will do that momentarily. Yes, I'll just wait for us to get started, and then I'll do that while we're tinkering.
Where's a GPU? There's a GPU.
Oh, here's a card and there's a card and another little card.
I thought you were going to say, "Oh, here's an iPad." Oh no,
RTX and GTX.
I was supposed to give that to my sister or something.
Did you just throw thermal paste onto the motherboard? Yes. So we can put it on the CPU. Order that and some decent Captain tape. I refuse. I mean, I don't refuse. I just haven't done it yet. I will do these things, but we'll get this going first, so we're actually doing stuff. Okay. So we've got that. This RAM probably doesn't work, but also I want to confirm that this RAM also appeared in the video, and it wouldn't post. It was giving a memory beep with this RAM kit, so this might be crap. I would like to test that at some point today, just because if it doesn't work, then I want to throw it in the bin.
Have you got
that stick does work though?
Another AM4 CPU that's spare, or have you actually managed to run out of AM4 CPUs?
Yes, and I've got a 5800X in the Lianli. I would like.
So no, you have actually run out of sitting around idle spare ones now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Good job.
Yeah, I would like to not take the Lianli apart, but I will do so if I have to. Especially because it's probably going to have to come apart to do testing on the PC Specialist anyway.
Yeah.
So
but I just like the fact that we've managed to go from having an ungodly amount of unnecessary.
Yeah. Remember
AM4.
when Ryzen 5000 came out and you bought like 10 5800Xs?
It wasn't 10.
It was
like
only
6.
And they were like £280 or something like that.
Yeah. Some of them were Italian.
Yeah.
Finest quality Italian silicon.
Yeah, we got through them eventually.
I require
all right.
power cable.
Right, I'm going to scan through the chat. Moving backwards, let's see. What do you think of the 5700X3D that was released last year? The 5700X3D is the best bang for buck budget CPU there is right now.
For gaming.
For gaming, yes. If you're building a full PC for less than £1,000, you're probably going to build AM4 with a 5700X3D.
Less than 800.
Yeah.
Because the 7500F is £1,000
yeah.
build.
The existence of the 7500F makes AM5 really viable. What are you
Where
looking
is the
for?
paper towel?
It's behind the motherboard boxes. Yeah, the 7500F is a Ryzen 7600X without an onboard GPU. You can find them on AliExpress for about £320 delivered to the UK, including...
£120.
Yeah, oh yes, sorry, £120. You can find them on AliExpress for 120 quid delivered, so that includes VAT and stuff. And that's kind of nuts. You can get yourself an AM5 CPU that is entirely viable for 120 quid, and that means that you can build a really nice PC now, and then you can lob a 7800X3D in there or a 9800X3D in there in a year or two when the prices sort themselves out, because both of those chips are kind of overpriced at the moment.
Yeah, the 7800 seems to have started appearing on AliExpress again.
Interesting. Have you seen a price on it?
Yeah, like 460, 470. So it's
not
high,
bad.
so it's too high for what it is.
Yeah.
Because that's more than the 9800 should be.
Yeah.
But they've started appearing again and actually existing.
Yeah, it is
for less than £1,000. So
if you are dead set on buying a high-end gaming CPU, you can actually buy it now. Yeah. Yeah, because I've got a friend who asked me to spec up a new PC. Oh my God, is that it? I think it was a mistake to clean the CPU. Yeah, I've got a friend who asked me to spec up a PC for $2,000.
Tasty.
And I put a and I spec'd that with sort of a X800 X3D CPU, and I said, you know, I've spec'd it with the 7800X3D, and he said, I've got a Micro Center nearby, and I said, cool, go there and see if they've got a 9800X3D for less than $500. Otherwise, get the 7800X3D, because that's fine, but please don't spend more than $500 on your CPU, because for a gaming PC, you shouldn't have to. But yeah, the thing is for him, it's easy to say that the X3D CPUs are overpriced at the moment, but like, he's got the money and he's ready to buy. So what does he do? You know, you either buy what you can get, or you buy a 7500F and you wait a year. So yeah. All right, looking down for other stuff. And yeah, so regarding the 5700 X3D, very good bang for buck. The 5800 X3D is a bit faster, but costs like another £100 or another $100 extra. So if you've already got an AM4 computer and you want to max it out as fast as it can go, then by all means get a 5800 X3D. However, the 5700 X3D is like 95% the speed for $100 less. So it's kind of a no-brainer, to be honest.
Where is the doodad? There's the doodad.
Yeah. X3D will be down to $300 in 6 months, just like the last one and the one before that. Maybe. Certainly that's what the trends have been, but I feel like the cat's out of the bag, because the X3D
Depends
chips
on the supply.
Yeah, they've kind of been flying under the radar, where like the X3D chips were these they were kind of like these hidden gem CPUs that were little underdog, amazing bang for buck gaming CPUs. But now everyone knows that the X3D is the king of gaming, and AMD know it, and the distributors know it. So the price on it is now priced for the best gaming CPUs on the planet, not value CPUs that happen to be really fast.
As anti-consumer as this statement is, I really, really hope that AMD actually hold price on it. For the first time in their history, actually holding price on a product that's actually worth it.
Yeah, maybe, we'll see. I mean, I'd love it to come down in price. Are you on CPU? Yeah, you're on CPU optional. So yeah, don't know.
The other thing we should do is probably just pull that apart and bash the fan.
Yeah, or lay it on its side. Yeah, as soon as this warms up ever so slightly, the fan will come right.
Stupid.
But yeah, it's a bummer that the bearing has gone in that, because the fan is the RGB part of it, so we're going to...
It?
Yeah.
Oh, is it not a separate ring?
No, it's just an RGB fan.
I see.
Yeah.
I thought that was a separate ring.
Yeah, so yeah, unfortunately we're going to have to de-RGB the Game Max RGB.
It's fine, we can stick a Noctua fan in it.
If you want to buy it, I'm not paying Noctua prices.
We've not just got one in a box
Noctua,
somewhere.
more like Hoctua. Anyway. Cool. Let's see.
There we go. It posts.
Do any of your customers follow your channel? Sort of. Yeah, I get a couple of people who bring their computer to me specifically because they found me on YouTube. Hell, I had someone send in their laptop this week for a service, and they posted it to me, and I was just like, they said, I'm in London, so they've got, because I said, it's going to be expensive to post it to me just for servicing, but they're in London, so ironically, allowing for the fact that London computer shops probably charge twice the amount I do, it's probably no different in pricing, and they can send it to a shop that they actually trust. So
interesting.
Yeah, so that happens as well. Right. Before I carry on getting back to chat, before Caradog runs away, let's just quickly
I'm just seeing what the hell exists in this BIOS.
Okay, I'm just going to check that we've got bench cam. I'm just going to line the bench cam up.
I have changed nothing. I've just made sure it posts.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is go, where did I see the SSD?
The M.2.
The Ghost Vector.
Yeah.
It's here, yes.
Yeah, they're both there at the moment because I was using them.
What is this? What are you? You're a lie. You're not an SSD. You're a sticker on a PCB.
Oh, right.
Because it's this.
Yeah, it's one of those like single chip solution jobbies. Okay, right. That camera is lined up. Do we have capture? Capture with face. That is not capture. What the? Okay, well, this is my doing. Right, let's do that. I don't know if capture works because the computer is now off, so I'll wait for that to come back on again. Okay, right. Getting back to it. Graham wants you to buy more Hoctua coin. Oh.
They're getting sued because of the pump and dump.
Good. Yeah. Part of me is just like, oh, it's rich. I'm here for this car crash. And the other part of me is just like, I don't want to give her attention because, yeah, I can never decide if I'm just like, you know what, you're cashing in on this, you go, girl. And the other part of me is just like, stop making stupid people famous. So,
oh, it's too small. I knew we had a spare one just sitting around.
Such a pity. Is that the one that we took out of that wretched Corsair? I think it is.
Maybe.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay, right. Coming back down to chat. Did Caradog just bonk the PSU's fan? Yes. That's how you
violently and aggressively.
Arc B580 CPU overhead making budget CPUs pointless for it. Thoughts? I haven't watched the video yet.
Interesting.
Have you watched the videos? You linked them earlier on.
I've only watched the hub one.
Yeah. Like, did they speculate on like whether it was solvable? So just to quickly summarize the issue, we all know that the Arc Battlemage B580 is a fantastic bang for buck entry-level graphics card, but unfortunately when people benchmark graphics cards, they do it with a top-end CPU to make sure that you're testing the graphics card capabilities. Unfortunately, it turns out that the B580 actually doesn't work very well on slow CPUs, and a 4060 is better. However, once you get to a high-end CPU, the B580 overtakes the 4060, which is why it looked so good in the reviews. But obviously, if you're buying a cheap graphics card, you're probably buying a cheap CPU. So, yeah, that's why there's a problem. But I don't know, because my opinion is based on, I don't know, is there a solution to this, or are they just screwed?
No idea. Do you want to swap to capture just to see if this is working?
Are you just running stock settings? Oh yeah, no, it lasts for probably 30 seconds, 2 minutes. The test I was doing was I was just opening up hardware info.
Yeah,
and just
I was just making sure that capture worked.
Yeah,
before
for a minute I
changed
thought
anything at all.
For a minute I thought that it had come good and I was about to be absolutely livid that it was working. Best repair channel on YouTube. But yeah. Also, we should probably use a different graphics card because that's not a UEFI graphics card. It looks like, I have a suspicion you might be CSM boot. I'm going to throw this power supply across the room in a minute. Hey! Oh.
No, it's because it just stopped spinning.
Oh, I think it's turbo. I think it's turbo hex this time.
Oh, there you go. The PC just restarted.
Okay, cool. So we reproduced the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, the Antec's not trustworthy. There we go. CX430, that'll do.
Yeah, that's more than good enough.
Do you want to let me just see if I've got a... I will stick it... Yeah, not now. We'll do it between jobs.
Yeah, I'm just going to unplug these power cables just to make it easier to shuffle that around. That was all.
Yeah. It's not difficult to rip that apart and just change the fan.
Boop.
Yeah. However...
I was just pulling off the cables because it's easier to handle that way.
Yeah. All right. Right.
This is my one. This is my old one. So what crimes have I committed to the year?
Fan change on stream. Possibly. We've got other things to do first, so we'll... Yeah, we've got other things to work through. So one thing at a time.
The 1060. Is that the 1060 that is?
Yes. Yep. Has the Antec finally died? The cables for... The modular cables for it are knackered. I need to have a look online for some...
Get a nice pinning kit.
Yes, because I've got the crimping tools.
Yeah.
I just
And
need
we
to
should-
get like a set of connectors and pins and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
And we should just adapt a spare set of like Corsair ones or something.
maybe. Yeah. I might just have a look on eBay first and just see if someone's got some
I've
spare
had a
modular.
look
Oh,
a
really?
couple of times, and no one even admits that Antec ever made power supplies.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I
fair
couldn't
enough.
find anything the couple of times I looked. But that doesn't
Yeah.
mean someone doesn't list one randomly the time
Yeah.
you look.
I mean, I'm not heartbroken if it's time to retire the Antec.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I've had my money's worth out of it. I bought it secondhand for 50 quid
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah.
And, like, I've had my money's worth out of that power
Yeah.
supply. But at the same
don't know.
time, it's been in the channel for a long time. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's the Antec, though, you know.
Yeah. In a way, if it is actually dead, you can just replace it with the Game Max. Because the Game Max is functionally the same category.
Yeah, like we've got 2 of those Game Maxes anyway.
Yeah.
Like the only reason why we've just binned the Game Max is just because the fan on it is shot, and like that happens. That happens to Corsair power supplies all the time.
Well,
So,
as
yeah.
proven by the fact that I had to do a fan replacement on my CX500.
Yeah. So the fan dying on the Game Max isn't indicative of the Game Max being bad. It's just a thing that happens.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I certainly wouldn't class them as premium power supplies, but
Yeah.
they are functional power supplies.
Yeah. You fool!
I've plugged it into
You
the other
absolute
one.
rube!
Oh my god, I hate Asus boards.
It's saying CPU fan error.
Why are you like this?
There's a lack of drinks. I agree. I'm going to grab one in a sec.
Right, I'm gonna go for something like 42, and then I'm just gonna go F10.
Caradog, how do you pronounce this word?
Moray,
Moray. Okay. Yes. There is a cool
That's-
Moray effect on the heatsink.
and that's some more.
I didn't want to say it because anything I would say would be wrong and I would immediately be mocked by everyone.
When the moon hits your eye.
I was going to
like
call
a
it
bee-
Moira or something, you know.
Yeah. It's also, if I get the right angle, you'll see it on my shirt because
Yeah.
of the cross pattern. But that's an interesting one, the fact that it's actually RGB.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. It's splitting the colours slightly.
Yeah.
Let's go to capture.
Cool. I would like, at some point, to remake this. Where's my... You've imaged off of, quote-unquote, my SSD, haven't you? And you
Yeah,
have two
that
of your
is
own.
your one. And the other one, is it just died again? I think so.
Oh, is my one not over here?
That is your one in the board. There are 2 of them.
Why?
You have one. Oh no! Wait. This is your one. Yeah, because that's the.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you made 2 copies.
No.
Right, okay. That's fine.
Right. That one is your one. That one is my one. So I haven't done much with this. I've just added a cut. Like I installed
Yeah, yeah,
Heaven
yeah.
on it and,
No,
and
that's
stuff
fine.
like that.
No, it was just the GPU driver.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, yeah, they're almost identical.
Yeah,
these
that's
2
absolutely
SSDs. Yeah.
Because what I will do is I'll remake this just because there's been like 3 updates to Ghost Spectre since we made this.
Oh really? Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Fair enough. Yeah. Tell me once you've done that, just because I'll image it after you've done that.
Yeah,
Just to keep mine
I've
up
got
to
the
date.
new ISO on here, so I'll copy across and if we happen to
Very well.
think about it, I'll do that. There
Yeah.
we go. Right. Close, close, close,
Cool.
close,
All right.
close,
So we're still at
Close,
stock
close.
settings.
close.
Oh, aren't we? We're
Close.
just
Close. I have set a fixed frequency
okay. Yeah.
of 4.2 gigahertz.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
There you go.
All
There
right.
is 4.2.
So yeah. Oh yeah. So it's just sitting at 4.2. So now we'll just see if it survives. So the original fault, it usually crashes within 5 minutes, typically within 1 to 2 minutes. But if it gets past the 5-minute marker, then it seems to be stable. Another thing that we could also try doing is knocking it back to automatic settings and then get it into Windows and immediately put a stress test on it to see if it will run stress tests on automatic settings, because that would confirm that it's an idle issue.
Although it is functionally still idling anyway, because the effective core clocks are still dropping off.
True.
But yes,
Yeah.
I understand what you mean.
I'm not going to try and wrap my head around what effective clock actually is. Do you think? Can you explain to me what effective clock is?
So, imagine.
Here's the world. That is a sweet Earth. You might say wrong. Okay, so effective core clock.
Imagine a second wasn't a second. And that hertz.
Hold on, I'm getting a drink.
And that a hertz wasn't a hertz.
I'm getting a drink. Don't speak. Shout out to whoever sent the crate of Stowford. Thank you very much. There was no name in the box, so I don't know who sent it, but thank you very much.
Womp,
Please.
womp, womp.
Please continue.
Yes.
It's muted, but I can hear it going diddling, 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 diddling from here.
No. Okay. Apparently it's quite broken.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you did to R23, but it's unhappy. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Would you like me to rapid tap for you? Die.
Anyway, yes. And because you're a CPU and you control what time is,
Yeah.
you can report that your cycles are X speed,
Yeah.
but actually they're Y speed.
Okay.
In the same way as clock stretching,
Yeah.
when the CPU was undervolted for the speed it was trying to do, when you'd locked off clocks, but it still was stretching
Yeah.
for like curve optimizer, and how you could have a higher displayed clock but actually lower performance.
Yeah.
Because the cycles were actually stretching and they were putting in null operations
Yes.
in between those
Yeah.
actual
So-
work cycles.
So basically, when the clock comes around to 12 again,
Yeah.
it comes around and the CPU goes, skip that one,
kind
skip
of.
that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I did work. Skip that one. You know.
Yeah, you're kind of getting those
Yeah.
operations.
So there is what the clock is doing and and what the CPU is actually doing.
Yeah, and GPUs have done the same since about 10th gen for NVIDIA, or 10,000 series. 1,000 series?
Yeah.
Yes, it is 1,000, isn't it?
Just to elaborate on clock stretching, because I slightly glossed over that, when you start overclocking AMD CPUs, it's really important to run benchmarks between your clock cycle updates, because you will get to the point where, let's say when I was overclocking my 5800X, I could push 4.7 all core, and then I could get 4.8 all core, but at 4.8 gigahertz all core, my Cinebench score was lower than 4.7 all core. How is that possible? We're going faster, right? What we're seeing there is clock stretching. The CPU is plotting 4.8 gigahertz, but it's not actually doing the work of 4.8 gigahertz. This is clock stretching. The effective clock has gone down, so less work gets done, and your score actually gets lower, even though you think you're going faster. So yeah.
Yeah.
So it's basically along the same lines as that. So,
yeah. But the difference
clock
is
is-
as well is
yeah.
the effective clock can vary and so on for power saving reasons as well. So you can be not at maximum load and it will just run at a lower clock
Yeah.
because there isn't the work.
Fair enough.
Definitely doesn't work now.
Probably. Oh, yeah, I'll be all right. Bluster. Yes, JD says effective clock is an estimate of how many clock cycles the CPU is actually doing something, as opposed to just doing a null op. So yeah.
Overclocking. R15. The downloads.
We're still locked at 4.2 at the moment, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not crashing, so yeah. we have something going on. I'm curious as to if R24 wet the bed or whether the files are corrupted.
It looked like the files were corrupted just because it couldn't access a bunch of files.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Which is why I've copied a different version across, and I'm just now going to go run and see if it instantly fails.
Yeah,
no.
if it gets through this, we should copy R24 onto it from the source again and just confirm that that was corrupted files. Yeah.
That's also nowhere near as slow as I expected. Fine. Excellent, it's faster than an ancient Xeon.
Awesome.
Back.
This is the thing, because like already we're getting into realms where it's just like, it hasn't been that difficult to stabilize the CPU. Maybe I jumped the gun in telling the customer the CPU was dead.
I mean, it's also a bad CPU for a gaming machine.
I guess, but...
And upgrading to a 3600 would be faster.
I mean, it kind of trades with the 5600X anyway.
Yeah, but this is a 5700G, so it's got half the cache.
Yeah.
And it's got a massive performance degradation. It's like half the speed of a 5600 for gaming.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I can't remember where... Maybe I was only looking at the specs.
The 5700 and the 5600X are the same speed for gaming. Yeah, but the G, because it's the APU, has half the cache.
Okay, yeah, that might be where I got that impression from. That might be why I'm crossing wires there.
And don't forget, there is also there's also like a 5700, sorry, the 5700 non-X is the G, with the G disabled, with the APU part disabled, but it's still an APU, so it's still missing all the cache. And it's a horridly bad CPU.
Which one was that?
The 5700. The non-X. Yes. Yes.
Gross. I did not know that.
Yeah, I think, yes.
Yeah, disgusting.
And also it's got all of the usual PCIe issues.
Yeah, limited PCIe speeds.
Also only having like 18 PCIe channels or something.
Yeah, I mean limited PCIe...
no, 20. It's only got 20.
Yeah, it depends on whether it's got enough for a standard... Because like gamers don't actually need a lot of PCI Express, so I'm not super bummed about that. Cache I do care about because as X3D has proven, and well, as the APUs have proven, cache matters. Cache matters a whole lot in the modern era. Yeah, like cache is the modern meta. We are Dino Queens for cache now. Yeah, because also R23 is now working, so yeah, the local copy was buggered. Yeah. All right, so locking off the clock speed seems to have helped.
Yes.
So yeah.
Oh, is it only the 5500? Is it?
Oh.
Are you sure? I could have sworn there was a disabled down 8-core one as well. Fair enough. Okay. But fair enough. The 5500 is the garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, we're actually doing some CPU work now.
Yes. Yeah.
Have we got an actually good AM4 cooler? Just with an actual mounting bracket? Oh, yeah. Completely ridiculous, but we should have the
Oh, the Noctua.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, if you actually wanted to stretch its legs, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, because that's worked again.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this CPU because it's just like this seemed to be comically easy to solve now.
I've locked it to 4.2 and it should be boosting way harder than that.
Oh, okay, yeah. What's the boost on this then? Oh, yeah, 4.5, something like that. Okay, yeah. Basically, I'm now having a moment of self-doubt where I'm just like, wow, if I'd realised it might have been this easy to stabilise the CPU, maybe I'd jumped the gun. But it's just
it's also missing half the cache.
Yeah, okay, sure.
So the end result to the customer is still...
The customer has still walked out with a faster computer. Yeah, maybe they didn't have to replace their CPU, but we've replaced it with a faster gaming CPU. So the net result is good. Yeah, okay, that's fair, yeah.
Right, I've just jumped all the way up to 44.
Alvin says apparently there's a Vermeer 5700 and a Cezanne APU with graphics disabled.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I could have sworn there was a Cezanne one.
Yeah, maybe that's why there's confusion there. And if anyone else can confirm that, that'd be interesting. That's kind of wild that there's two different 5700s that are completely different.
Yeah, one of them might be actually technically called in its official name something like the 5700 Pro or something like that. But
Yeah.
I've no idea if that's actually true. But yeah.
Da, 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 da.
Advanced. Run.
Very well. Where are we now? 4.4?
Yes.
Yeah. Are we on automatic voltage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd leave it that side and just kind of change effectively one thing.
Yeah, makes sense.
And it looks like that if you were to set just an all-core fixed clock, you might gain some stability. Obviously, you lose a lot of peak.
Yeah. No opportunistic boosting.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much that would affect it. Plus, also, like, to be honest, this CPU probably has a future as just a test box at this point. Because this is the thing. It's just like, even if now we've managed to make this thing run stable, we've put, the comments were correct. We can manually lock off some settings and stabilize it. It has an issue idling. That's its problem. But like, you couldn't sell this to someone because if the BIOS gets reset, the CPU fails.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what this conversation turns into. Is just like, oh, it wasn't really broken, or was it? Well, yeah, it's still a dead CPU. Just because you can make it run doesn't mean it's good.
Desktop. Okay.
So yeah, kind of whack.
But yeah. That's not what I wanted to do anyway.
And yeah, JD confirms. JD says just checked the Tech Power Up database. 5700 is Cezanne, so APU, and there and 5700X is Vermeer. So yes, there are two.
Where are the DDR4? Over here. The Vipers, the DDR4 Vipers.
Ah, I see. Yeah. What are you up to?
Putting in different RAM that we definitely know works.
Oh, understandable. Yeah.
And we know will do an awful lot higher clocks.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was going to do this time.
Yeah.
Was just put it to say 3,300.
Yeah.
And see if it falls over now that we've put some RAM speed in.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
So the CPU seems to function.
Let's
locked off at
44 over the head.
Now let's put in.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of RAM speed.
Yes.
Folks the cool kids who are in the Discord exclusive room will know that we're planning to do a video about clock speed and RAM speed and whether RAM speed matters. Spoilers. RAM speed doesn't matter. So yeah. Come on. Yeah.
Oh.
Well done. All right. Yeah. We've got RAM kit. Well, except for the RAM that I ordered from eBay that hasn't shown up. I need to find out what happened to that.
If you didn't pay for delivery, it's 5-day delivery.
Oh yes, that's why it didn't arrive.
Yeah.
Yes, it's on 5-day delivery.
It's free.
Yes.
5-day delivery.
Yes, that's good.
But it will turn up Yodel next day.
Yeah, I forgot
but it just
that
won't be
I forgot.
dispatched for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, I forgot that it was on slow delivery. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, I've ordered that kit. We more or less have the parts. We more or less have the parts to do that video. However, you're kind of in the driving seat for that.
Yeah.
Do you have any desires of how you want to do that?
What I wanted to do, and was going to pitch to you if you didn't have ideas for today, was I was just going to bash the timings in on that board,
Yeah.
the OCF,
Yeah.
and just go from there. Prove yes, the RAM kits can do all of this that we're asking of them.
Yeah.
This all functions, and then we can go from there. Just because we have definitely functions tested without buying stuff.
Yeah.
Fine.
Hmm.
Hardware info. Let's just see what it's autoed.
Yeah. Jim says, if you've got to do that much work to make it stable, it's bad. So by that much work, we went to BIOS and we just set a fixed clock speed, which is one setting. So it wasn't really that much work, but a computer should work on default BIOS settings. You know, so yeah. We haven't done that much, but the fact that we've had to do anything at all is kind of indicative. So yeah.
Ha! Oh well.
All right. Right, so we're now 4.4 gigahertz with high-speed memory.
Yeah, with RAM just at 3600.
3600, yeah, fair enough.
And with an Infinity Fabric of 1800. It just auto-set that, which is nice. So, yeah.
Cool, yeah, so the Cinebench doesn't care about memory, so this
doesn't. The system hasn't just completely fallen apart, and Windows existing hasn't caused it to just die. Yes, exactly.
We're still stable. It'd probably be worth hitting it with Y-Cruncher after this.
Yeah, we'll need to remount it.
Oh, yeah,
because we'll get
CPU will melt.
Double the heat, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Have you ordered more thermal paste?
I'll do it now.
Also, where is the thermal grizzly?
Probably
because it was here.
Probably in the water cooling box.
Cool. Okay.
I'm going to find that just so I know where it is, because also I want to know if the liquid metal is still there.
Yes.
I've no reason to believe that it isn't, but...
Yes.
Oh no, who put all this shit out here?
I'm going... What are you? Are you with Gate Vintage? Oh, have we got one of the ginger ones?
Right. Yeah, there's a bunch of Conductonaut and a bunch of Cryonaut.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Yeah, you want the Cryonaut? Yeah,
not explicitly. It was just a case of, did you know where it was?
Does it exist? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it exists.
Cool. That's fine.
Cool. Right. Thermal paste.
Yes.
Why is DOCP? Yeah. Have you reset? Because DOCP is.
DOCP is disabled.
How you set?
By changing the memory speed.
Yeah, because we're not. So we're not on DOCP, but we've just manually set 3600 memory speed with JDEC timings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to check my terminology. If we were in DOCP,
well, auto timings, whatever the board decides.
Yeah.
Because JDEC timings technically would infer that we have set what the standard says.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
we should probably try for DOCP at some point as well, just to.
Yes.
As an interest
the only point is if I enable that.
You can still downclock.
Yeah, but it's just a case of it was the fact that it was a 4400 DOCP, and I was just like,
I doubt this board will do 4400. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, sorry. I was having a brain fart moment where I was just like, I was thinking about F clock, and I was like, hang on a moment. If we went to 4000, we'd have 2 gigahertz F clock, but why do we get that at 6,000 on AM5? It's like, no, we don't. We're running at 1,500 when you run 6,000. No.
Because it's not 1 to 1 to 1.
Yes.
Because we're now in auto to auto to auto, blah, 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 blah.
I'm not, yeah. I'm muddling my thoughts. Right.
None of the numbers make sense, and it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah.
That's number one. The CPU should be good for 4,400, as JD says.
1 to 1?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I thought F clock got really funky if you tried to go past 2,000.
On stuff that has an I/O die and a CPU die. Don't forget this is monolithic, so it's a single piece of silicon.
Oh, okay. Do the monolithics go faster on F clock then?
Massively so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair
There you
enough.
go.
Yeah. So the Infinity Fabric, or F clock, is the bus between the I/O die and the cores on an AMD CPU. And normally that doesn't like going faster than 2,000. However, this is an APU, which means it's monolithic. It's a single die. And so as a result of that, because you're not having to go between dies on the chip, the F clock can go much higher without running into stability issues. So theoretically, the memory can go faster. This doesn't mean we have a faster CPU. It just happens that that particular bus can go faster because it's not having to, yeah. It doesn't have to go down the garden path to get to the shed.
Yeah, it's also got, because it's monolithic, it also just has a different controller
Yeah.
design.
Yeah, Alvin just said pro overclock is used to set memory records. I think people got to over 5,000 1 to 1. Wow, that's nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, 5,000 RAM. Not 5,000 F clock.
Yes, yeah. Some guy says voltage injection.
There you go.
We don't need it yet. Okay, there we go.
2,000
Yeah,
Infinity Fabric.
get rid of this. We don't need this. Boop.
And 2,000 RAM.
Cool.
Please may you come off of screen capture for a second.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Just because I can't actually remember what's on the root of this SSD.
Just double check there isn't a folder that's just called porn. You know.
Who would ever do such a thing? Anyway.
It's fine, it's fine. I don't see anything suspicious there.
There you go.
Cool. Linpack Extreme is coming out. All right, we good?
Yes.
Wah. Cool. So we're bashing it over the head with Linpack Extreme. So this is the modern version of Intel Burn Test. Intel Burn Test uses a very old version of Linpack. And what's Linpack doing? It's basically calculating prime numbers, or is it pi?
I can't remember what actual maths it's doing.
It's doing maths.
Yeah.
But Linpack is a very high intensity stress test that does care about memory speed, which is why it's interesting.
Sweet.
Unfortunately, it's not very interesting to look at. It just spits out numbers. So
No, that didn't instantly trigger an error. Fabulous. Benchmark. Extended. Go.
solving huge sets of linear equations. Fair enough.
Okay.
It says that on the screen, apparently. So yeah. Cool.
I enjoy the fact that there are 16 CPUs, 16 cores, and 8 threads.
Oh, but that's number of selected threads? Presumably it's capable of doing 16 threads.
I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Can we see what wattage we're pulling, just out of interest? I'm just curious as to what this thing actually pulls at full tilt. Package power, 61 watts. Blistering. Yeah, this CPU produces so little heat that I don't think we actually need to change the cooler on it.
Also, probably throttling to the Stone Age.
I reckon we're only at 58 degrees.
Yeah, but don't forget, Asus boards are weird about power limits and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it will tell us
we're
that.
Power throttled.
Oh,
in the sense of the I know that a lot of the Asus boards by default will only give you like 65 or 80 watts, and you have to do a whole bunch of stuff to actually give them somewhat unlocked powers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we could probably switch on like core enhancement or something like that. But
Yeah, I just don't know if that would work with a fixed clock, so I can't remember. Goodbye, Sai. Don't forget to reserve the things. This is relevant to your interests.
Cool.
You will be relevant.
I'm relevant.
You will have interests.
Yes. Okay, right. Brain gear. Get into.
Yes.
Cool.
Waiting
cool.
for that to cycle.
Yeah, so we're waiting
You
for
did
this-
the thing at 7:15. Excellent.
Very well. What thermal paste? I'm buying thermal paste. What thermal paste shall I buy? Help me shop, chat. Normally I buy
MX4,
MX4.
5 or 6.
Yeah, I'm still an MX4 boy. But if MX6 is cheap, I'll buy some.
Yeah, I'd just have a look at pricing between like 4, 5, 6, GD900. I'd also learn to type.
Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Right. MX4. Let's see. 4-gram tubes. £5 on Amazon.
£1.25 effectively a gram.
So I buy them in 4-gram. I generally buy MX4. And I buy multiple tubes because then I've got a couple of tubes that sit on the shelf, so I can, because reasonably frequently customers do come in and ask for thermal paste because someone's building a computer and just doesn't have thermal paste, and obviously they want to buy it right now because they're halfway through a build. So I keep MX4 on the shelf just so I can be like, sure thing, and I sell a tube for, I don't know, £5 or £8 or whatever I feel like on the day. I can't remember how much now, actually. I can't remember if I charge 10 or £5. 10 sounds too expensive, but yeah, I can't remember now. I think I charge a £5 because I don't care about making money on this. So yeah. So yeah, and also I don't buy the larger tubes because thermal paste does go off. It can go weird.
It takes a long time.
Yeah, it can do, but I buy the
Like a year or so.
Yeah, I buy the smaller tubes just so it means that I get to cycle out a grotty tube, and I also like if you've got an 8-gram tube and like you drop it and you dink the end so the tube is broken, you've still got most of the tube left, and you're like, whereas the 4-gram tubes, you use them often enough that you get to start a fresh tube fairly often. So that's why I buy the smaller ones. Let's see, MX4 4-gram.
A GeForce 4?
Let's see.
MX2?
MX4 4-gram. So it's more expensive on eBay.
Yeah.
Let's see. MX6 4-gram. 777. Yeah. Okay.
How much is an 8-gram tube?
MX6 8-gram. £10.
It's only £3 more for double the amount, so it is better value.
That works out as good value, and it gets me MX6 instead. And then GD900, yeah. Then the tubs of GD900 are nice because you can mix it since tub, not syringe. You have 45 grams. How? Is that like a tub or something? You made the mistake of buying a 30-gram tube of GD900. It started to go watery after a few months sitting. That's exactly why I don't buy the big tubes. That's exactly why. So yeah.
Yeah, no, we're not getting anything useful out of this. The effective clocks are like 800 megahertz.
Oh, is it taking too long? Oh, because throttling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've got like 800 megahertz clocks. It's like, funnily enough, it's failing to operate at that speed, but
Okay.
it's not going to crash.
All right. Yeah, do you want to see if you can get it on core
See
enhancement?
if I can do something.
Yeah, see if you can put it on core enhancement so we get more power into it, and then we'll see if it will go fast. And because that's the other thing as well, is if it can't do torment tests, then it's no good, is it?
Yeah.
You know, because we're running at not half speed, but we're running in limp mode at the moment. MX6 780 for a 4-gram tube. MX6 is more expensive, yeah. I'm kind of inclined to just buy more MX4 because cheap. Is MX6 a lot better? It's incrementally better. But also the 4-gram tubes are just slightly too expensive. Like, I'd have to sell this at 10 quid. Whereas if I bought MX4 4-gram tubes from Amazon, I can sell those at 5 quid and not make a loss. And I don't make any profit, but like I said, I'm not interested in making money on thermal paste. I sell one a month. I keep it in stock just so I can save someone's ass when they need it. You know, I don't care about making money on this because I would make a couple of quid every month. Who cares? You know. So yeah, I'm just going to buy more MX4. Decision is made. Wah. Meanwhile, in Caradog land, 8 gram of MX4 is 6 quid on Amazon. Yeah.
Certainly for your use in here, I would just use like the 8-gram tubes because it's like £2 more, so 50% more for double the amount.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, all right. Tell you what, I'm going to buy, I'm going to stick 4
Why would you need 4 grams?
Yeah, I'll put 2 4 grams in the basket and let's find the 6 gram tubes.
8-gram tubes.
8 gram tubes, sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, the 8 gram tubes are $5.73.
Oh wow, that's even cheaper.
Yeah. Let's have a couple of those. So I've got 2 larger tubes for me and 2 smaller tubes for customers.
Yeah, and you've got a total of 24 grams.
Yeah, that'll do. Decision made.
How much was G900?
Oh, yeah. GD900.
Or just G900 thermal paste? I can't remember. Oh wow.
Oh man, yeah. Heckin' GD900 is cheap. Let's go back to desktop capture a sec. Yeah, like 30 gram tub for 5 quid. So yeah, can you refill a tube from that then? Would you just stick your tube in there and just go and just suck it up kind of thing?
You'd have to ask JD. Because he was the one who was talking about it, not because of any other reasons.
Yeah. Because I use thermal paste, but I don't use vast quantities of thermal paste, you know? Use a spatula from the tub. Oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. I don't think I would use it fast enough, and I think it'll go watery. That's my concern. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, but how much is like a... Scroll up.
Yeah, but like the 30 gram
how much
tub
is
is
the
5
syringe
quid.
on the left?
Syringe on the left.
Click on it. Let's find out. How big?
How big? What size are you? Specs?
50?
50 grams, apparently.
No, it says 30 lower down. So I don't know. Ah, yes. What size
Oh,
is it?
yeah, I'd say that's a 30.
Yes.
SY30 is 15 and 7.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, either way, I don't think I'm going to use up enough of that before it starts separating. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just going to buy MX4 because MX4 works, man. This stuff isn't mega money and it just works. Right, close that lot. Oh no. I closed Amazon. Basket, purchase, check out. Amazon's now going to have a hissy fix. I'm not signed in. Hey, I saved £1 from some kind of promotion.
Woohoo!
Good. Done and done. Ordered. Consistency is thinner with MX6. Yeah, I can't remember. I know MX5 was a bust. All my homies hate MX5.
Yeah.
However, I can't remember what the call was on MX6. While on Amazon, get the Captain Tech. Oh, was that on Amazon? Yeah. Links in my DMs. Yeah, all right. Hold on.
Come off of desktop capture first.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're on capture at the moment.
Where is? I want
Discord. I'm howling at the
355.
MX6 is perfectly acceptable. Yeah, MX6 is all right.
Mode. Yeah. Oh no.
MX5 was the one to miss. Yeah.
Oh.
What are you looking at?
Horrid.
What is going on?
The only voltage modes you've got are offset modes.
That's a bummer. I mean, it's not exactly an overclocking motherboard.
No, but just the fact that you can't set fixed voltages.
Yeah, that
means
makes it
that
very.
we're kind of at a bust for our further testing.
Yeah, it means we can't really do controlled tests.
Yeah.
Yeah. I take it there was no just core enhancement.
Not that I could see.
Oh, that's unusual. Yeah, because normally.
But also, it's a prime.
Yeah, most motherboards will have some kind of core enhancement though that is just like just take the safety barriers off kind of thing.
Yeah.
Let's see, DMs.
Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, now we're at 1.5 volts.
Mm. 2 centimeters, 20 meters. Or
there's a large difference between those numbers. 2 centimeters and 20 meters.
Oh, it's Captain tape. It's 2 centimeters wide and 20 meters long. Yeah, just buy it. Buy it. Don't care. Buy it. Get it bought. Done. All right. It's on its way. Authorizing payment. Order placed. Thanks. Cool. Done. All right. I've done my homework.
How does that work? How can I be using 120 amps at 1.5 volts and that only be 92 watts? 120 amps at 1.5 volts is not 82 amps or 90 amps. Sorry, 90 watts.
Yeah, I haven't done the maths on that. Yeah. However, we're probably... Oh, we're under load and... Wow, we're still at 72C. Wow, that cooler is doing remarkably well considering it's not clamped.
Yeah, we've actually got some clocks now. Yeah, it's wandering up to as high as 2.8. So it's at least doing something.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've added another 30... We've boosted power by 30%. So the CPU is doing wildly more work. Oh yeah,
there we go.
Now.
Now we're seeing like 90 watts.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's kind of doing stuff. But I don't understand how it's over the TDD.
I mean, TDP is theoretical anyway, isn't it?
PPT limit.
Yeah.
Because I thought I increased the PPT limit anyway. Herbader.
EDC is not direct measurement. You need to look at TDC.
Yeah. Still. It's doing stuff and things and the clock speed is higher. That's the main thing.
Yes. Cool.
Oh, what's the actual controller just report? Wrong one. Try the other one. The hell is Rich Tech?
RT. That's a network device? Oh, no. Rich Tech. VDD current.
Yeah.
That PWM controller?
Yeah, hopefully.
That's kind of wild that the PWM controller is reporting stuff.
That's pretty standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of more like it, but no, this is all over the place and none of the numbers are anywhere near high enough to actually be meaningful.
Yeah, okay.
This is most unfortunate.
Okay, so I vote we do one more test. Let's stick it back on full auto, fire up Windows and immediately hit it over the head with a test and see if it's stable. Let's go back to confirming that this is an idling problem, because maybe we can idle it by dialing in a voltage offset. Because like at the moment we're trying to run fixed clocks at the moment, but like that's not necessarily the solution. So let's actually refocus onto what the original problem was, and confirm that the original problem is that it doesn't idle. So if we go straight into Windows and immediately give it a load so it's not idling, that would confirm that this is an idle issue, in which case we might be able to solve that just by a voltage offset rather than fixed clocks. Yeah, the Ridge Tech is the PWM controller, yeah. I'm surprised this one reports stuff because it's a pretty dim-witted motherboard.
Yeah. Also, VID is just the request. It's not the actual voltage it's getting, which is why your VCore can look completely different
Yeah.
to what it's actually getting because of the whole tables
Voltage
and
set
looks.
versus voltage get.
Well, not even that, just request versus supplied versus actual get and
Yeah.
so on. But still.
It requests as 1.5 volts and the controller's like,
The best I can do is 1.1.
No.
The best I can do is 1.1 volt at 1 amp.
yeah.
Look at my power stages.
We don't even have power stages, this discrete MOSFETs, I think. Is it even DR MOSFETs? No, there's drivers. That's just discrete MOSFETs. This is not even DR MOS.
Dr. Moss. Was it you who was saying you spent a while trying to work out who the doctor was or something?
Not literally, I meant that facetiously. However, yes, for a long time I thought it was Dr. Moss, and I was like, I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. I
meant work out what the doctor was.
Yes.
Not
I
who.
did not know that DR MOS was a type of MOSFET, which is specifically a MOSFET with an integrated driver, typically a single chip that has a high side, low side, and driver built into it. It is the most basic form of a power stage.
So which one? So what bits?
These guys, those are the low sides. That's a high side,
Yeah.
and that's the driver chip.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, there are possibly more.
Oh, and all three of those would be a single one on anything not.
Yeah, there is
This.
possibly some more bits on the back.
Yeah, the actual controller's there.
Yeah, because like the auxiliary stages have got 2 MOSFETs per channel, so there might be some more stuff on the back of the board. But yeah. Dr. Mossman's a bitch, but yeah. I've never made that connection. That would be quite funny. All right. Could we use AMD software like Ryzen Master to set the clocks?
To set the clocks, yes.
Yeah, we probably
To,
won't
like,
get
to
access to
actually get-
voltages though, no.
To actually get the board to stop just limiting itself to like 50 to 60 watts,
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, that has drivers on. This board may well be using discrete MOSFETs as well. Power stages are relatively
Weird.
modern. It's worth noting.
Yeah, but I was just like,
But
huh,
this is
interesting.
But you could argue that this is a modern. B450 is still modern.
Yeah.
It's obsolete, but it's modern. Yeah, B450 was what, 2019?
No, 17?
No.
And then 2 years later was...
Oh, 2018
2 years
maybe.
later
Yeah.
was X570 with the 5000 series. I think.
Yeah, citation needed. B450 release date.
Yeah, just
2018. March 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then X570 was 2020
Yeah.
for when the 5000 series came out. So yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Either way, yeah.
So I got my X470 board with my 2000 series.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Okay, right. Where are we up to at the moment? What settings are we running?
We have run 2 minutes of auto.
Okay, yeah. So basically, we're on full auto, and we've immediately hit it with a load to see if it's stable. So yeah, and we've done 2 minutes this. So if it can do this for a couple of minutes, then we'll stop Cinebench, and I bet it will crash within a minute.
Yeah.
That would confirm all of the information that we've gathered so far, is that the CPU works but it cannot idle. So basically, and when we manually set the clocks, we're effectively preventing it from quote-unquote idling. And that might be fixable by just giving it a few more volts, maybe.
We're also obviously restricting the actual clock speed it goes up to.
What is restricting the clock?
The fact that there's load. And obviously your offload and onload clock speed will be different. Yeah, because this is 4.2 gigahertz. This is onload at 4.2 gigahertz.
Yeah.
If we get rid of the load, the clock speed will go up. So we haven't actually proved anything.
Sort of.
Because it could be unstable at 4.45 gigahertz.
Oh, I see.
Which it then boosts to because there's only...
Yes. So your argument would be that if we were able to get the fixed clocks up high enough, it would start crashing again.
It might do.
If we got the fixed clocks up into the boost range, it would become unstable. So yeah, okay, we could do that then.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. JD says try single core on Cinebench as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Adam Williams says, so what are we doing with this CPU? Put it on the chiller and kill it for the rest of No, the chiller's not ready to go at the moment. So yeah, well, to summarize, this is the 5700G from the recent video. Oh, has it died?
There you go. No, I just quit partway through and swapped to single thread.
Yeah, okay, we're on single thread now, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, which is 4.54.
Oh, yeah. Although, of course, one theory is that just one of the cores has a problem.
Yeah.
And if we happen to just... Oh, it is cycling between the cores, though.
It should jump between these two cores.
Yeah, it is jumping between cores, so hopefully
it should go between the core labelled 1 and the core labelled 7. It should jump between those two, because they are perf 1 of 1 and 1 of 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, okay, so yeah, this is the 5700G from the recent video that crashes at idling Windows. And so far, we've managed to make it work by locking the clock speed at a modest value, such as 4.4 gigahertz. So what we're doing, the two working theories is that it crashes if you let it idle and down clock, or it crashes if it gets up into boost clock range. So now we need to run tests that get it into boost range, or that idle it. The minute you do a BIOS update, every tweak you've done is gone and it's unstable again. Yeah, this is the reason why again, at the start of this stream, the thought was entering my brain of just like, oh man, maybe I could have made this work. Because there were comments saying, oh, that would have been fine, just lock the clocks or something, or oh, just disable one core or something like that. I'm like, well, that's not a fix. I'm just sending the customer home with half of his CPU not working.
Yeah.
You know. And at the start of this stream, it looks like you'd gotten it running really easily, but also when we are actually trying to hit it with real loads, the effective clocks were garbage. So it kind of...
The issue is we don't know if it's this board.
That's true. The board is not helping, yeah. So, you know, this is kind of the fact of like, we can make this CPU work, and this is information, but ultimately this is still not a CPU that is fit for mainstream use.
Yeah.
An enthusiast could use it knowing what they have, but it's not suitable for a customer who at any time might accidentally reset the BIOS and cause it to fall over. And it's not suitable to sell because, again, you know, if the BIOS gets reset, it falls over. So, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Is the CPU in the same board that it was crashing in? Sort of. This is not the customer's motherboard. This is a test board. However, the CPU was tested in this board and still crashes at idle. So, yeah, we can reproduce the fault in any motherboard. The customer's motherboard was better than this one, though, so would have given us more options.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be okay, but I don't think single core proves much, to be honest. Not that I would know, but nah.
Yeah.
I would say let's just leave it to idle on the desktop for a bit and see what happens. Yeah, you can have hardware info running. Oh, is it? Oh, it's immediately crashed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah, so it's an idle issue, isn't it? Well. I mean, it might have tried to spike one. Might try to spike the cores.
Yeah. The problem is we don't know.
So how do we test that then? Could we run a
Overclocking individual cores effectively.
Yeah. Could we try running a fixed? What's our actual max boost on this CPU? 5700G AMD. Let's actually get the specs of this thing up. I don't want drivers, I want specs. Show all, there we go. Boost is up to 4.6. So what if we ran it at 4.6 all core?
It will crash.
Uh,
Same as if you ran a 5800X at
yeah. That's fair.
5 gigahertz all core.
Yeah, we had it at 4.4 all core, but then the effective clock was garbage and it was running out of power.
I think the answer is we can't really tell with this board.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how to do it, we'd need to use a non-Asus motherboard.
Yes, understandable.
Because I just do not know how you get Asus motherboards to function.
Yeah. C state disable and see if it idles, says JD.
That's a valid point.
Yeah. Okay. I vote. Let's do that. See what we get, and then I think we're about done. Because the only other thing we can do, we could put it in the Lianli, which has got my Crosshair 7 in it. But I don't think this is worth moving to another motherboard.
Not overly.
I think we have investigated and we have proven that if you run the CPU at weird settings, you can make it work. But that's not something that's actually helpful. So we've proven that yes, that is a thing, but that doesn't give us a quote-unquote working CPU. So I feel like we've kind of proven what we set out to achieve here.
Yeah.
Yeah, JD's like, no, that's core enable. So yeah. Right, C state enable.
C states.
Yeah. Any idea what C state will look like in this BIOS? Should be under power settings, apparently. So, is that going to be under AMD overclocking, or will it be under AI tweaker? Also, will it actually be called C state because Asus?
Oh, that's the wrong way. I want that one.
VDDP off voltage control back there.
It's that one.
Core performance boost.
Global C
yeah,
state.
global C state. There we go.
Yeah, I knew it was in one of the AMD menus.
Yeah.
At the very least, as well. But I was just like, where the hell is it?
Yeah. Okay. So what is C state?
How choppy it is. If you listen to the shipping forecast on Radio 4.
Is that like how quickly it can change states? kind of thing, like how quickly it can
No,
up
as
and down clock and
in
stuff?
as in like S1, S2, S3, S4, S5. Are those the levels for sleep and stuff?
Yeah, that's global. So we just
Yeah.
disabled sleep mode on this computer.
Yeah, the power down options.
Ah. Some guy reckons add 40 millivolts V-core offset and turn down the LLC. Possibly. I don't know how much time we want to spend doing that. That would kind of be where we start looking for further testing. But we've kind of, how far into the stream? We're an hour and a half into the stream. We've got enough time to look at something. We've got enough time to look at other things. And I don't think there's much more to learn from this. I think we've sort of done our testing. So yeah, I vote we put down the keyboard and just see if it crashes within 2 minutes.
Oh, apparently that's not the option anyway.
Oh. There's a drop down on the left side for C-state residency. Yeah. What was not right?
Apparently.
Was it not
setting.
doing the thing that it was supposed to
Well,
do?
I don't know. It's just a fact of. I'll just double check.
Yeah, JD says no, you were right, and there was
okay.
there was an option for C-state. In hardware info, there was a category for C-state.
Oh, I
residency.
see. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right, I thought we were talking about these options here.
Yeah,
That's fine.
No, I think you had. Yeah, we had it right.
Yeah, I misunderstood what we was talking about.
That's fine. It is hard to maintain focus on what you're doing while you're trying to stream at the same time, because
Yeah, it's also
it's split attention basically. This is harder than it looks. Just saying.
it's also just reading it with obviously the delay on the
Yeah.
what someone's seeing you do and what you've actually done. And I'm sure JD's seeing this, 3 minutes behind.
Yeah. Let's cover our own current incompetence by making jokes about South Africa. So, your internet's so slow that they send in pigeons.
Your internet's so slow that the shop internet's actually faster.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
We are presently C1.
All right. Can anyone explain? C-state and what these C0, 1, and 6 residencies mean? Because I don't know what this is. However, we're basically going to sit and let it idle for a second, see if it crashes. There is a timer in the bottom right that is counting every 2 seconds. So yeah, if it gets past 2 minutes, if it gets to 3 minutes, then we're on to something. If it gets to 5 minutes, then it looks like it's stable. Pink wild floor lamp, very well. I will probably not. I'm going to sneeze instead. Please. Nope. Nope. Oh, that hurt to not sneeze.
Yeah.
I'm going to blow my nose instead.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. It does describe what the C-states actually are explicitly. So, if you hover over here, it says C0 is full on, C1 is auto halt, and C6 is deep power down.
Interesting. So when it says auto halt, I'm assuming this means that it's put the CPU into the halt status, which is stop running, but still has power. And then full power down is I have cut power to this core.
I'd imagine, yeah.
So, yeah, because halt is an actual, halt is an instruction. Halt tells the CPU, stop. Actually, do nothing. Halt is not a no-op, it's not a skip, it is stop. And presumably you can halt, and normally if you halt a CPU, you have to reset it to start running it again. But on a modern CPU, no doubt they can halt and unhalt a CPU.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's paying off.
Because a no-op is still a cycle, even though you don't do anything on that cycle. So, yeah. C states are sleep modes of the CPU. High power number means deeper sleep, yeah. Percentage is how much time they spend in that sleep mode. Yeah, there are package C states, PCX, and core C states, CX. Understandable. Thank you, Pionov. Also, hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this thing seems to be running now. So we set C state to disable. So presumably that means that C6 has been disabled.
I guess.
Because it's sitting in C1, but nothing is going down to C6. What would be interesting is if we enable C states again, go back into this, and we should see it dropping into C6, and then probably crashing.
Theory, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I vote. I
give
vote
that a quick go.
Yeah, I vote we do that, and then we move on, because, like I say, I think we're kind of done with this. However, that's still an interesting thing to learn about. And also, in my opinion, if we confirm this confirms that it's an idle/power down issue. It's as in because people were talking about the CPU sleeping and waking, and that's what this is. Because this would prove that it is an idle issue rather than a boost issue, in my eyes.
Yeah. It could obviously.
Yeah.
Be.
There's also C2, 3, 4, etc. Yeah. Those are not displayed, but yeah. Presumably those are. Yeah. There is doubtless a various states for each one, but yeah. These are the extreme levels. Yeah.
Oops. I forgot what I was clicking on. I didn't actually look. That was stupid.
Cool. All right. So once we've tinkered with this, other things to tinker with, I want to very quickly have a look. That wretched Gigabyte X670 motherboard is still here, but I have a different CPU, and I want to test it with a different CPU, and it's probably still going to be broken, and I'll be like, okay, no, seriously, I'm sending this board back. However, I want to test that just for my own morbid curiosity, and then after that, I think we're going to have a... I guess we could have... Yeah, you know what, as a finale, we'll bust out the Lianli over there, and we'll just have a quick look at that and just see if we can do our top-level assessment. There's a big brand new Lianli gaming PC in for repair.
Yeah, there you go.
It will be getting... Yeah, there we go. So we're going into C6 now. And presumably it's going to crash at any moment. In fact, I think it'll... Has it just crashed?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone already. Oh, no, it's back.
Weird.
Yeah. Okay, let's leave it for a sec. Yeah. Big Lianli gaming PC in. So we'll get that out. Whoops.
There you go.
Die. Yeah, we'll have a look at that PC. It's going to get a mainline repair video, but we can at least do an assessment on it and just see what the deal with it is. Also, it kind of needs an assessment anyway because it's a brand new PC and it's under warranty. So we need to do a top-level assessment to find out if it's something that I'm going to be trying to fix or whether I'm going to immediately say, this is a warranty issue, send it back. So, yeah. Cool. All right, so something to do with going from C6 back to C0 or C1. Yeah. The variety of C states depends on the platform. Yeah, more C states for finer granule power control on lower power platforms generally. Oh yeah, yeah. Throw it! Throw the cheese! Cool. Alright. So ends the tale of that CPU. However, as an interesting though, I'll probably leave it in there and just bash in some safe BIOS settings just so I can use it for testing RAM and stuff like that, because yeah, I'm low on AM4 stuff, and this is a viable AM4 testing platform, because even though that CPU doesn't work very well, it we know how it functions now. So yeah, cool. Use it as a pin donor. Ooh. Right.
Ah, it's a Dave Bob.
It is a Dave Bob.
No.
The fix for a CPU crashing at idle specifically for AMD chips. Offset plus voltage, increase until stable. Yeah, we could start doing that. If it was a Ryzen 7, we might be interested in doing that. But because it's a 5700G, it's just like, no. So yeah, we have proven the fault, and we have proven that there is a world where you can make that CPU run, but it's not something that I could trust in a customer computer, and it's not something I can sell. So it doesn't actually matter. So yeah, I made the right call in replacing it. Is the bit that I care about. If we had managed to stabilize it with hilarious ease and we'd been like, yeah, look at it, it's fine. You just change one setting and it works, then that might have been a point of interest, because maybe I made a bad call by replacing it. However, we have proven that I made the right call in replacing it. That's the point that I care about.
Replacing a 5700G is
always
the
a good
right
decision.
call.
Yeah, that's fair as well. Yeah.
Where is the Proxon?
The Proxon is here. Oh, you're going to open up that power supply or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to swap places so I'm in front of the test rig in that case?
Yeah.
Caradog's going to pull the fan out of the Game Max. We'll have some 140mm fans in a box out the back, so we'll have something we can stick in there.
It's a Sai. Hello, Sai.
Welcome back. Are we going for... Oh, yeah. Do you want to switch scenes as a special treat?
Yeah, I will do. I was just going to hop onto Facecam.
Yeah, thanks, folks.
There you go.
Right, so just as a quick... I've just explained it, but I'll explain it again. This is...
and then there's Wild Floor Lamp. Hello.
This is an X670 Gaming X. This board is probably faulty. However...
it is faulty.
Yeah, it is faulty, but I've not sent it back yet. However, I also have a 7500F CPU here, and I want to try it with a different model of CPU. It's been tested with different CPUs, but they were all 7800X3Ds. So I want to test it with just a lower spec CPU and see what happens. I don't think it's going to work, but it would be interesting. If it if it doesn't work on this one either, that's more ammunition to use when sending it back, because I can say not only have I tried different CPUs, but different models of CPU as well.
I just did that right.
It's 100% a lemon of the motherboard, yeah. Like I say, call this morbid curiosity. I'll plug in the Corsair. 430 watts is fine. We're not running a big ass graphics card on it. Oh no, do we have any...
What?
Yes, I do have
We've
some
got loads of DDR5 over there.
Oh yeah, oh good, I did. Yeah, I was going to say, because I took some... oh yeah, sorry. I took some of it home, is why I was hesitating, because
You stole my RAM!
Yes, I stole your T-Create kit because I sold my RAM.
You bastard!
Yeah. I'll bring it back. Partially used.
Yeah.
What am I running at home?
Did you just enable XMP?
Yeah, I'm just running XMP. So yeah.
At 6400.
Oh no, sorry, I'm running
Okay.
XMP 6000.
Oh, okay.
Because I knew trying to run 6400 would do weird things with the F clock, and
Might do.
Yeah, and I don't know how to approach that. So yeah, that's something that I would like to cover in the memory speed video, but I feel like that's going to be scope creep as well, because like that video isn't going to be about memory tuning. It's going to be about proving when it doesn't matter. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of, I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of footage stuff that we want to record in that video and decide whether to include later or not. So yeah.
The bad XMP kit. I mean, it was either that or an 8200 kit, which would be even worse. Is it 8200 or is it 8400?
This is 8200.
Yeah, 8200.
8200 CL38.
Yes.
This isn't my RAM. I'm not part of this scene. I'm not part of this argument.
Can I interest you in some speed?
Right. Right, while I'm doing this, Caradog is opening up the Game Max so we can put a different fan in it, so the Game Max stops driving us up the wall.
Get out of here, you horrid sticker. Be gone.
Then perish.
There you go. There you go. Excellent.
I should probably get some more of these 5700Fs on order, just because they,
700.
yeah, just
What?
sorry,
7500
Fs, yeah.
Okay.
These, yeah. I should probably get another couple of these.
The thing that you've struggled
yeah.
with all stream to remember what the hell it's called.
Yeah, because like this one is currently in stock, but I should probably order at least one more and have one sitting on the shelf at any time, because I feel like this is the no-brainer builder CPU right now.
Yes.
I really do.
I can't imagine I'll get electrocuted by the power supply if it's not plugged in. I might get jabbed,
Yeah.
but I will not be dead.
Yeah, you're not going to die, but like, don't touch the caps. You know, like
Okay. Right, that cable.
you're not
tie
going to
has
die,
be
but
cut.
you'll not.
And that
Yeah,
cable tie has
this
to be
isn't
cut.
a 15-watt power supply that makes you swear like it does, like I've done on video. That's going to be a ooh kind of belt. That's going to be a don't touch the caps. You know, you'll live, but don't touch the caps.
These are 1000-volt rated, right?
Yeah, the 400-volt caps can kill. Oh, yeah. Yeah, either way, just for reference, hang on a sec, just for the sake of we're doing it, I'm just going to quickly stick this under the camera. Do you want to switch for a sec? You can absolutely die. Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll take your word for that, floor lamp. So, here's the inside of a power supply. There we go. Broadly speaking, you've got main power input here, you've got the high voltage AC side up here, and the low voltage DC side over here. These are the spicy bits around here. This is the no zone. We don't go near here. We don't touch around here.
Not for a while.
Yeah. The fan on this one, we've got some RGB going over here, and the fan is plugged in down here. So we only need to go around here or around this connector. And that's why changing the fan in a power supply, it's not a big deal. But we don't touch around here. We don't go over here. Them's the rules. So yeah.
I was really hoping that it was literally just going to be this one connector, and it would just be like, ta-da!
Yeah, this one's a little bit awkward because it's got that RGB connector on it. But yeah, we're not replacing it with another RGB fan, so you just rip
Power,
that out.
yeah.
But yeah, so that's the thing with power supplies. Yeah, I mean,
Don't
folks
lick
are
it.
saying folks are saying that a 400-volt cap can kill you. Sure, I'll take your word for that because I take
Certainly
you
if you
guys
touch
seriously.
it.
But yeah,
Damn it. I'm not fishing that out. I will just shake you out.
yeah. However, also just again, I don't want to make light of the situation, but just don't touch the cap and you'll be okay, kind of thing. but also like just don't go anywhere near that section.
Why? Oh.
What is it threaded under everything?
It's because obviously it's got the switch for the RGB, which goes around there. But I was just like,
what's that hooked into?
this switch here.
Yeah, but like, where's that then going?
It goes
is that
down
going
there
up
and
to
then
the
around
fan?
here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it was just the fact that I was just like, oh, okay. But no, obviously it has to have 3 wires for a fan.
Yeah.
That's why I was just like,
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, I tell you what I would do is I would, yeah, I was going to say I'd trim that, then I'd trim it at that end, and then then I'd grab that and pull it through, because then you don't actually need to go near the spicy side. Okay, right. I'm going to finish confirming that this thing is kill.
Also, I saw JD say something about the RAM. Right, you buy the T crate, that was JedX speeds. You bought the actual. What?
What you talking about, GD?
Oh, I see. Wait, you didn't. No, I bought the T crate that was 6400.
Yeah, it was a 48 gig 6400 kit. CL30?
2. Yeah,
CL32.
Yeah. What are you? You're that.
And
Come on.
them.
There you
Yeah, what was that wire going up to there then?
go. RGB,
Yeah.
probably. To get power for the RGB.
Oh yeah, it's getting power for the
Because
RGB,
this
and
is
then that's
the-
the control wire. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I was like, why is there 2 wires for the RGB? Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Right, stick a cooler on there, and we're off to the races. And by races, I mean the posts once and then never again. Not even going to bother with thermal paste.
There's thermal paste on the bottom of the cooler. It's
You've
fresh.
You cleaned it.
It's fine. It's all thermal paste today. What more does it need?
Kind of tempted to get some of those pads.
What, the thermal grizzly ones?
Yeah, just for
The
when
actual
we're doing
nice
stuff like
ones,
this, because
yeah.
then we could just lay a pad on there and
Oops.
reuse it and such. Fine, we're not reusing the RGB on it, so carrot on butchering this thing. Okay, bam, bam, bam. Animats. Whoop. Keyboard and mouse. Right, what are you doing? You are RAM training, I think.
Oh yeah, that doesn't have a readout, does it?
Oh no, yeah, no, it's just flashing. I think that's what it does when it doesn't work.
Yes, it is what it does when it doesn't work.
Okay, in a surprise to no one, this motherboard still doesn't work.
Yes.
I'll reset the BIOS just so I can go through, just so I can reproduce the faults again. However, yeah, in a surprise to no one, this motherboard is still broken. Yeah, okay, power off. Holding
Where
down
is my
CMOS.
drink? There. How long would you expect it to take for the 400 volts to naturally discharge?
See, that's hard to say. Normally I would say a day or 2, but it depends on if they've got a discharge resistor in there, and I don't know if it's actually commonplace to put a discharge resistor on a power supply.
Yeah, but like, what if I left it for 12 hours, is that long enough?
Yeah.
Or do I need to leave it for 4 days, assuming that it's completely disconnected, there's no discharge? What is the minimum time, assuming everything is wrong?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
If we wanted to say, when can you class that as safe to touch? How long
Yeah.
would that take? Yeah. It won't be 400, UK mains is 240. That's not how AC power supplies work. Now, I can't.
It's also 240 volt RMS.
Yeah, rectified 240 volt is higher, as MJP just said. If anyone can explain why, I'm aware that when you rectify it, the voltage goes up, but right now I can't understand it in my brain enough to explain why. But yeah, when you rectify the voltage steps up.
Yeah. My lay understanding is also just because it's 240 RMS, so it's average 240, but the top of the wave is higher, and you're actually rectifying towards the top of the wave, is my understanding. So you're actually rectifying towards maximum.
Yes, because because your actual potential difference is from the peak of the wave to the negative peak.
Yeah, to the peak to the trough.
Yeah.
So your actual total difference, as well, in theory, could be higher.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I can't remember what it actually is.
Right, one more try. Can I position this so it's going to show the dancey lights? The lights are just still dancing. Yeah, heck this motherboard. This motherboard is still kill.
Oh no, I can't remember which side had the sticker on.
It'll probably only go one way round. Or you could probably figure it out as well based on the power runs. So that fan wire wants to go there, so it went that way round.
Which means the little bit of plastic goes on the back, which is kind of what I expected, but I just wanted to double check. Because it's one that's easily removable with screws, I was going to save it and just stick it on the next one.
I don't know how much difference those little plastic deflectors make. They always put them on there, so I assume they put them in there. But the people who make these, in theory, know more about it than I do. Yeah.
And because it's easy to save, I'm going to easily save it.
Yeah, this thing's still kill. I'm putting this away.
We consider a cap to be fully discharged over 5 times t seconds, where t equals r times c, where r is the bleeding resistance or entire currents or entire circuit's resistance in ohms, and the c is the capacitance in farads. Yes. Excellent.
Again, the question is whether they put in bleed resistors or not.
Yeah, but there will be circuit resistance whether they did or not, won't there?
True, yeah.
And that circuit resistance will be, even if you assume it's 1. So if we assume the resistance is 1 ohm and C is the capacitance, what's the capacitance going to be?
Well, 1 ohm isn't a lot, you know, so...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you assume it's 1, which is the minimum value it could be, what's the capacitance going to be?
I guess, yeah.
70. So it's, 470, which is, common value.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 5 times t.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 5 times 470 seconds.
Yeah, that's it.
Which is 50 minutes in round terms.
Yeah.
So if it's unplugged for an hour, you can assume it's discharged based off of that, because that only requires resistance of 1 ohm.
Yeah, however, but in real life, circuits have resistance of up to thousands of ohms.
Therefore, it'll be faster.
No, higher resistance means it's going to take longer for it to discharge.
Why wouldn't it discharge faster if it...
0 would be instantaneous discharge. The lower the number, the faster the discharge. Because the resistance is
because it's not over.
Discharge.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're working backwards, or rather, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I get what you're saying there. You would be correct in saying, like, if we had a obnoxious, if we had 1 ohm, that means that the fastest we can possibly discharge is still an hour. But the reality is the resistance is going to be wildly higher than that, so it's going to take wildly longer than that. Yeah. But also, as Pianov said, there are so many factors and variables here that it would be impossible for us to make any kind of accurate guess anyway. So while we can talk about what the maths would actually be, but we don't actually know the variables for that maths anyway. So
yeah.
So yes, it's a case of this can be calculated, but we don't know the numbers in order to calculate it. That's going now.
Get bagged.
Yeah. I'll just quickly grab you the box of fans, and you can pick a fan.
Oh, you're also at 120. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you'll do. I'll do. There's a 3-pin Corsair.
Neat.
So it's a 2-pin connector on there, which is just 12 and 0. So what you do is you pull the plastic off of that 3-pin connector, and you you pull the plastic off that 2-pin connector, and you jam the 3-pin connector on it, leaving the tacho pin disconnected. So you just need to make sure you put it the right way round, because you won't be able to rely on any keying.
Yes.
And yeah, people are saying, what about unplugging it and plugging in a PSU tester? What about holding down the power button? So this doesn't work, I don't think, because the power supply will fail to start, but it doesn't drain residual power in the input cap, because the input cap is before all of the control stages, and won't. So yeah, again, I don't know enough to explain this, but what I know is that the PSU will just choose to not switch on. That doesn't mean it has fully drained all the residual charge in there. Yeah, the PSU will turn off before the cap is fully discharged. Yeah. So yeah, that is also not reliable. It does drain a lot of it, or rather it does drain a lot of other stuff in the power supply, but that does not make it safe per se.
So I guess it's just a case of you'd effectively just short the capacitor with something.
Yeah, if you're Big Clive, you stick a screwdriver across the bottom of the capacitor. However, I am not Big Clive, and I am not brave enough to do that. I just simply replace the fan, and I don't go anywhere near the capacitor. Right, put that back on. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, no, that one.
Do you go upside down? You do. That's not clicking on in... Fine, who cares? I don't care. Box. Lick it. Right, I will repack that soon.
Now.
Why are you like this, Caradog?
Because you're then going to log on to Amazon and return it. And then it will get posted on Monday.
Yeah.
And then it will be gone. And then you'll get a refund.
Well, hopefully. I think they're going to bloody try and fix it again, but...
They've already tried and fixed it. Your consumer rights say it's a replacement.
Oh, cool.
Incandescent light bulb with probe wires. Very, very well. This motherboard appears to be faulty, yes. And by appears to be, we mean is.
Yeah.
And therefore needs to be replaced.
Yeah. It's not a particularly good motherboard if it were to work either. Just the BIOS on it's just not very good.
Yeah, cool. Oh, bollocks.
What have you
I
done?
put the fan on 90 degrees to what I'm intended to, so the wire comes out just here.
Yeah, we've got a lot of excess wire to bury, so that's not a bad thing. Like the wire is way too long on the fan, so you need
I meant to put it that way round,
Yeah.
and then run it round the fan.
What Mobo is at home, Graham? I'm running a Gigabyte B550 Gaming X AX. Version 2, maybe, I think. Which is the really good value for money Gigabyte not B550, B650. Yeah. And yeah, the B650 Gaming X AX is a really good value motherboard as far as I can tell. So yeah. EVblog did a video on discharging caps. You can use a multimeter in current mode. If you do that on an input cap, you are going to blow your multimeter sky high. Yeah. Yeah, don't do that with an input cap. A multimeter in current mode is a dead short circuit. It's the same as putting a screwdriver across the cap. Yeah, that's... I don't know why Dave Jones is saying to do that. That's a terrible idea. Like, EVblog, he's been around the block. He knows what he's doing, but, like, that's a terrible idea. I'm not sure... I'd be interested to see what his logic is for that. Because, yeah, terrible idea.
What the context is.
Yeah, I would... Yeah, context is needed there. All right.
And anyway, all you have to do now, Graham, is give your password to Sai.
Just the gaming one, yes. Yes, I'll probably do that and let Sai use his Karen powers.
Oh, see, I was going to be slightly nicer and say he used his charismatic charm, skills and tact.
I don't... Sai, would you describe your skills as charisma and charm or Karen powers?
Karen powers!
Yeah.
That also just sounds like a name.
Okay, right. Neither, says Sai. I see. Right, I'm going to let Caradog finish up on this power supply super quick, just because we'll put the Lanny up on the bench and have a quick nosy at that. But I don't want to put that up on the bench while we've got an open power supply here, just to try and keep things reasonably under control. Because, as I've said, like, the power supply isn't scary, just don't touch the cap. But also, like, it's not scary as long as you're not being stupid. So let's not be stupid, basically.
Yeah, that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do this because I need to undo a reasonable amount of what I've done because I've completely fluffed which way round everything goes and mounted it all wrong.
I can't believe you've done this.
So I'm actually going to do, oops.
All right.
That.
While you, oh, okay, yeah.
And then just go.
Are you going to finish assembling this later or something?
I will finish assembling this in a minute.
Understandable. Right, okay.
Because this doesn't need to happen on stream.
Fair enough, yeah, yeah.
Whereas looking at the other computer is possibly more interesting.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of understandable. You guys get the idea. We're going to put a different fan in the power supply and then it won't be noisy anymore. Right,
once I've stopped being crap at sticking screws and things.
Yeah. Some lube in fan bearings will possibly solve the noise. That will solve the noise for about a week, probably.
It's also a case of we can just replace it with one of the box of fans.
Yeah.
You've got literally like a meter by half meter box of just fans.
Yeah, putting lube in a bearing doesn't stop the bearing from being broken. It might last a week, it might last a month, maybe it'll last a year, but you could also just put a new fan in.
Right, I'm migrating my stuff off of the bench again.
That's one of those things where the amount of hassle it is to put lube in the fan, you could just put a new fan in it. So, yeah. I took a look at the EEVblog video. He's using low impedance mode to discharge. So, when you say low impedance mode, I don't know what that is. Is that some impedance? So it's actually placing some resistance across the capacitor? Because that would make a bit more sense, because he's effectively using his multimeter as a bleed resistor. And that makes a bit more sense.
Where is the other stick of HyperX?
I don't know.
Why were you doing anything with DDR3?
I don't know.
It was the board
I
we had
don't
in
know.
last
Yeah.
stream.
Oh no, did I leave it in there?
I don't know.
Well, neither do I. We've been through this. Oh, there's a non-zero. No, I don't. I can't believe I left the memory stick. That board has been collected, so if I did leave it in there, it's gone.
Stick that with the M-Power.
That would be a
Because
catastrophe because it means I've lost a DDR3 memory module.
Yeah.
I'm being sarcastic.
I mean, slightly. Just because having an actually known functional kit in here is useful.
Sure, there's some other DDR3 kicking around.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
the other stuff in the board. I was
Yeah.
just picking up these modules. What's this? That's the DDR3 1600. That's probably why you had problems making this stick work in a DDR4 board, because it's DDR3.
No, it was the double kit.
Okay.
Yeah. It wouldn't have fit in.
Exactly. Hence having problems making it work.
This thing weighs a ton. Can you give me a hand with this?
I can come over and grab it. I don't know if I can be useful. I actually don't have a grip on this side. Hold on. There we go.
This computer is remarkably heavy. I think it's just because the O11 Dynamic is bastorially heavy.
It's also big.
Yeah. We should go straight to the floor, actually, so we can lift it out of the box.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I think they went in this side, because this is all ripped out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, let's put it upright, and then we'll open that like a door.
Went through here? And through there? Yeah, okay.
Loud noises.
It's okay, we can open this silently. Ah!
Right, I'm going to go for the lift. Here we go. Right, the trick is to bend and twist your back as much as possible so you can uncoil.
Don't forget to pronate.
Okay, second try. All right, can you depackage me?
You have been
Why is this so heavy?
removed.
Oh,
I mean, your package
grief.
has been removed. No, wait. Also,
that's taken a hit.
oh dear.
God, this case must weigh a ton. Oh, it is water-cooled, but... Wow. Is that one of the deep cool ones? That's got really cool-looking fans on it. They're de-stickered. I'm going to grab the carpet tile. Oh. Right. Can you hump that up for a sec while I stick the tile under it?
You also can't go in at the front.
It's a pain to lift up that case. Okay, go. And we just try and shuffle that just so then we can move and spin it.
Right.
Yeah, so there's a big old... Oh.
This is...
That's bent. Was that just not on properly, though?
I don't know.
Yeah, that might have
Applying
just
some
not been
minor
on properly.
counterbending.
Yeah. I think if the computer had actually taken a knock at some point, the damage would be more substantial than that.
It looks like this might not be down flush.
Fine. Okay. Right.
No, it just doesn't. Nope. Fitment issues?
How annoying. Okay, well, I'm going to lay it flat.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just looking at getting rid of panels to make it lighter.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm so done with big cases. After owning the Torrent,
That's nice. that that's vented and all.
Yeah.
And that it's just easy slide from the side.
Yeah, after owning the Fractal Torrent, I'm so done with big cases though. They're just... I know that you don't like move your computer around very much unless you go to LAN parties and stuff, but when you do move it, they're just so obnoxious. Right. What do you do? Do you just pop out? I haven't seen... This is a newer version of the dynamic. Oh, there's a screw. There's one screw holding the thing in. Yeah, I've not seen a modern version of the dynamic, so I don't know how this comes apart. Ugh. Ugh. Could you stick that in the box?
Yep.
Right. Sideways cam is go. Capture.
Wild.
What way round are you trying to look at? Right, just straightening. And where do I want to move to? There. That's where I'm looking for. Okay. So, this is 14th gen Intel, probably an i7, I'm guessing. So it's probably a 14700K or a 14900K. That graphics card is
Big.
Yeah. Is an I don't know.
It's a 40 series.
Yeah. It's a big boy, so that must be a 4080
It is
Super or a 4090. I'm guessing it's a 4080 Super. Because it's the gigabyte. It's the hilariously big gigabyte, isn't it?
Yes, it's a whatever it is.
Yeah, like it's the one that is just illegally sized, you know. So the issue with this computer is that it freezes. It freezes when you try and do stuff with it. So it's just not particularly stable. It is a brand new system. However, also because of like internet purchasing and stuff like that, obviously people would say, "Oh, I'll send it back." It's like, well, it's kind of a pain in the ass to send back. So our objective is to determine if our objective is to determine if this is a simple issue or if this is a no send it back issue. So yeah. How big is the actual PCB on that gigabyte? Small.
To here.
So yeah, it comes up to there, and it also is as low as it's like three-quarters. It's as high as the PCI slot. So yeah.
Yeah, there's about 30 mil above it.
It's also worth noting that I believe the customer said that it was shipped without the GPU fitted. So the customer put the GPU in. Because a GPU that big, you don't ship it with. So the customer has fitted the GPU, which probably explains why that bracket is the wrong way round.
What do you mean?
No, I'm not. No, ignore me. Sorry, I see how that works now. I thought this was upside down or something. Nothing else looks screamingly wrong with the build. I'm not seeing anything that's out of place. I'm tempted to say we should fire it up and see what it does before we do anything.
That does that. I see. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. All right. Let's put fire to the wire and see what it does.
It doesn't have firewire.
It's a phrase. Oh no, it's got one. Oh no, it's got one of those stupid power connectors on it.
Yeah, 'cause it's got 1600 watt.
I don't have one of those.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. I've enjoyed this conversation in English. Okay. I'm just going to check that there's nothing in the box. Yeah, no. The customer has that power cable, but I don't. What's the name of that connector? C12 or something?
I think it's the C19 one or
Yeah,
something.
I don't have that connector. So yeah, we're done here. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you care, it's probably worth grabbing one off of Amazon.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah,
couple of quid.
I will for future reference, just so I don't get caught out like this again. However, in the meantime, there's nothing that I can actually do here because we don't have a thing to turn it on.
I see. Yeah, I'm literally just.
Oh, that's disappointing.
It's the C. Yeah, the C19, C20. Oh dear, connectors. I just always forget which way around it is. C21? Oh wait. No, it's the square one. Yeah.
Yeah, C19.
So it's the C19. Yeah. So I want a completely illegal connector of a C13 to a C19. eBay.
I mean, wouldn't you just get a UK plug to C19?
Half and half?
Like, why would you buy an adapter? Just buy the whole cable.
Both. Because my point was more going to be just both. It was just because sometimes these are like £2 as well.
Sure.
So it's a case of just having both. Because if you've got everything already plumbed in, and then you're just like, oh, I want to do this on the bench. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That was more my
fair
thinking. Understandably, it looks like they don't. Oh no. But that's £12. Fine.
Very well. Duh.
Yeah. They're still going to be like £9 or £10.
Yeah, they're not cheap. I guess it's just because exotic connector. That's kind of annoying. Probably worth double checking Amazon just in case.
Yeah.
All right then.
Is C19 even on 240 volt? No.
Yeah.
It's not necessary because obviously we can do 3 kilowatts.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why they use this connector
110.
Oh, I guess it's to stop people using it on 110 volt supplies. Yeah.
Basically, because don't forget. Yeah, the 110, and also it's only rated for something like 8 amps or something, isn't it?
What, the standard kettle lead?
The US connector.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's something like 8 amps or 10 amps, as opposed to 13.
Yeah.
And it's at half the voltage, that's why it's necessary.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to then go, in America, to a special 208 volt connector at the other end, I think. So it has to be on a separate circuit from memory, or it has to go onto like a special high voltage wiring circuit one, which has like the T-bar in it, from what I recall.
Fair enough, yeah. Stephen says C19 is 16 amp. Yeah, but you don't actually need 16 amps on this. This is a 1600 watt power supply. We can plug in a 2.5 kilowatt electric heater into our sockets. So unless this is a 2.5 kilowatt power supply, it doesn't need, Yeah,
it'd have to be it'd have to be above 3 kilowatt power supply.
Yeah. So the C19, it is rated for 16 amps, but that doesn't mean it actually needs it. They're obviously deliberately putting it on there to make to stop this being plugged into 110 volt ordinary 110 volt outlets. Or if nothing else, it's just a hey, heads up, you shouldn't be plugging this into your basic socket connector. But in the UK, we don't care because we have real sockets. So
yeah, because we've got 240 volt. But only 240 volt, as opposed to a reasonably large number of places in Europe having 482 homes.
Sure.
Or 3-phase.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
It's like,
all right, this doesn't help me. A couple of people said, oh, plug in a different power supply because then, you can test other things other than the power supply.
Yeah.
Could do.
Yeah.
That much being said, though, this has got 12-volt high power on it. And I don't think I've got a 12-volt high power connector lying around. What make is that power supply?
Left anything here.
Smart Zero fan. It's not a Corsair. So, yeah. I don't think I have a power supply practical for running this on hand.
No, because we've taken the... Oh, well, we could use that Game Max.
Yeah, are we going to be able to plug that 12-volt high power connector into it, though?
Where is the one from your 4080? Oh, was that at home?
Yeah, but
Okay.
also, again, that's still Corsair, so...
No. The one that came with the graphics card that goes to 4 PCI.
Oh, I see.
Where's the box for your graphics card?
Good question.
Is it on the
well
shelf?
presented. Yeah.
Yeah, because a 4090 and a 13900K, 4900K were all overdrawn American using a C13.
Yeah.
Wild. Oh,
Box collapse.
I thought that was you falling.
That would have been a very small, like, yeah, that would have been a very small noise if I'd fallen over. If I'm smart, that 12-volt to 8-pin adapter is in the box.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm not smart, I took it out the box and put it somewhere else.
Yeah.
However, normally I would leave an adapter like that in the box.
Yeah.
If I'm keeping the box, then I'll leave the accessories in it.
Yeah. Next time the NZXT-C, whatever it's called, C1000 goes on sale.
Power supply.
Yeah, I kind of want to get one of them, just because it's got native PCIe 5 support and stuff, and is like ultra high rated by literally everyone.
Yeah. Right, this is a triple 8-pin.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that enough for 600 watts?
It depends. What's it say on it?
Yeah.
It doesn't say.
It's probably good enough. Like, I mean, the graphics card might power limit, but
minimum of 450. But yeah.
Yeah, the graphics card might power limit, but I doubt very much that's the problem anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. All right. What's the timer on?
We are 2:30.
All right. Okay, we got half an hour to do an assessment on this thing.
Yeah.
So we're told that it randomly freezes.
Yeah.
And so we want to determine: are we going to pull out the other Game Max, or are we going to finish that one super quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's speed run this.
Yeah, sure thing.
Right. Have you got the old fan to hand?
It's down there.
Cool. All right. Whoop. Right. If you start figuring out your fan orientation again, I want the old fan. There we go. Because I just need to check which way round the pinning on it is. We'll have to check. Basically, I just need to check which way around the fan connector is going to go on the board.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We're going to let's go fast for a sec. Whoop.
Oh, okay. I thought on top of this PC here, you had 4 Samsung SSDs for a second. I was like,
what?
But why?
All right, I'm just going to quickly check what ground is on this. Can I have beat mode, please? Oh my god, this thing is turbo.
It is turbo confused.
I'm going to get the meter that I trust.
But also, why would we reflow a brand new GPU in a new computer? Secondarily, why would you reflow a GPU?
There we go. Right. Ground. Right. The left pin of the fan is ground. Far side is ground. Near side is 12
It's a brand new
volts.
computer.
Right. Near side is 12 volts. I need to quickly look up the 3-pin fan pinout to remind myself, because I can never remember it. 3-pin fan pinout. Let's see. 12 volt is in the middle. Black is right side up on the right. Right side up and on the right. Where's my Sharpie?
Clang!
Clang, clang, clang with the trolley. All right. Right.
I still don't know why we'd reflow anything on a brand new GPU.
All right. Can I quickly borrow the fan a sec? I just need to... Right, that is our ground, which tallies.
Also, it wasn't shipped with a card inside the slot.
Yeah, cool.
The
All right.
customer fitted it after they received the computer, which is what Graham said.
Yeah. Customer fitted the graphics card. It was shipped outside. It doesn't have support in there, but this is a pretty stiff card. I don't believe it's been sagging. If it had been shipped that way, obviously there'd be a cause for concern. However, it's not been shipped. I'm just going to quickly rip out that connector while we're here.
Sure thing.
Come on. Out you come. Whoop. There we go. That's ready to go in. Good. Okay, right. While you do that, I'm going to start unplugging some cables in here. And hello, Daniel Ayres. Happy New Year's.
Oh, hold on.
And yet I see no cider. There has been cider. I'm going through this as we go.
Wait. Yes. Blows towards label. Yes.
I'm a little bit sad that this... we got this out with all the pomp and ceremony and then didn't have a power cable for it. So I'm a little bit perturbed at the moment. However, we reckon we can just plug a different power supply into it. So we're doing that and we're going to go fast.
Okay.
Oh, God, that connector is connected. There we go.
Oops.
Then it came out.
Yeah.
Right, let's tuck you out of the way. Then ATX.
Yeah.
God, these connectors aren't messing about.
I mean, the only reason we got the RGB version of these power supplies was just because the RGB version was the one that was gold rated.
Yeah, that was just the one they were selling. There wasn't a non-RGB version at the time.
Yeah, not of the 1000 watt one.
Yeah.
No, there was a non-RGB of the 800.
Yeah.
Which was like bronze rated.
Yeah. This particular power supply is one of those, it's surprisingly good power supplies. Like it's better than it has any right to be kind of thing.
Yeah, or at the very least there are good versions of it, because there have been reports of just completely different internals.
Do you ever go for a cheeky flagon of Old Rosie of a Saturday afternoon? No, I haven't had Old Rosie for a hot minute, actually.
I have a bag of it at home at the moment.
Oh, neat.
And
I've got some
I'm drinking it and kind of going, this is no longer my jam.
Yeah,
it's entirely fine, but I'm just like, oh yeah, no, this is not really my jam anymore.
I think at one point we liked it because it was pretty strong, but like Henry Weston's Vintage became a thing, and like I was drinking with Henry Weston's Vintage over Christmas because my sister had some bottles of it, and just Henry Weston's Vintage might be just my favourite cider right now.
You'll have to repeat this because my microphone is muted, but also the Aldi version.
Oh yeah, or the Aldi version, yeah. The degrammer, yeah. Oh, I'm trying to unplug the EPS cables. Whew. Okay. Because it's an Intel, you actually need both EPS cables plugged in.
That's a thought, given we've got the case off.
Camelot says RGB stands for ridiculously good benchmarks. You get it and your Cinebench scores go up 200 points.
200 points is indeed natural variance. So how's this going on there?
Okay, right. So it goes on that way round. Oh no, with the near side picking out, I'm just going to put it on.
Yes, please insert.
Oh yeah, no, it will go in there without. Right, and I'm just going to do that again just to make sure I got it right. Yeah, cool. It's not going to explode if I've gotten it wrong, it's just the fan won't work.
Whoops.
I thought you were going to bang the lid down then.
I was about to tap it down because I assumed it just needed to go over the clip.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, oh, wait, hold on.
You look like you were having an intrusive thoughts moment where you were just going to go, ugh, you know.
No, I hadn't noticed the plastic. And because I assumed it was just like this, where this clip hadn't sat, so I was just going to go.
Fair enough. No, you don't. 300 watts is fine on a single connector. Yeah, but can't the Intel chips can push past 300 watts though, can't they? Or would you just power limit it to 300 watts?
No, you can.
I thought these things would look for 350.
I thought the soldered or solid connectors or whatever they're called would do 300 and something on EPS.
Well, they're rated for 300, but the point is, I thought
they were rated for like 185.
That's 8-pin
Again.
PCI Express or something. Yeah, that's 8-pin PCI Express. EPS is rated for higher, if my memory serves me. But the point is that the CPU is looking for 350, was my understanding at the top end.
Oh, I see. So
you need both of them.
Yeah, it's there we go. 224 rated for EPS.
Oh, interesting. Fair enough.
But the solid connector version,
yeah,
is like,
not on an AO. Good luck for calling up. Yeah, but that's not the point, JD. The point is if the CPU is capable of pulling more than 300 watts, you should have both the cables plugged in. Like, just from a builder's perspective,
yeah.
You know.
I mean, like, I would plug both of them in just because any power supply that's worth building that machine with will have two.
Yeah.
You can just run them, but
like,
whether you need it, I wouldn't say no. Looks the connector's like 380 watts, something like that.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to quickly put this upright so we can just check what needs to be plugged in around the back, because there's going to be there's going to be a Lian Li fan controller in this bad boy.
Yeah. Oh, is this the really bad Lian Li AIO? Oh, that's a disappointment.
Oh. Don't lift by the plastic.
Don't lift with your back.
I'm very curious as to how heavy this case is when empty. Right, how do you... That just pop off, yeah. Right. It's a thermal take power supply.
Whatever 45 pounds is in real units. Apparently the case on its own weighs 20 kilos.
Good grief. Like 20 kilograms is no joke for picking up.
Yeah.
Like just on its face.
Do not pick up 20 kilograms with your face.
Yeah, but like that's how much a big office laserjet weighs. And you know, picking up one of those big office laserjet printers, you know, is no joke. Like it's doable, but that's okay. You like when I go to pick up a normal computer, I'll bend over and just go and throw it into my arms kind of thing. But when you've got 20 kilograms, that's okay. We're going to assume the position for this, you know.
Adopter la position.
Right, how are you powered? Oh.
What?
What the fuck, AWD?
Oh, is it just missing all of its cables?
None of the cables are in properly. Rookie mistake. Who the feck built... pardon my French, but who the Jeffries built this? This is the oldest mistake in the book. We might be done here, folks. All right, hang on a sec. Bench cam with face. Okay, let's just see if we can get a nice clear shot of that. Look at the power supply connectors, folks. Let me just get in a little bit closer. Hold on, I'm going to wander around a little bit. The camera's sideways, so it's a bit awkward to figure out the orientation. Up a bit. Oh, hold on. Nope. Who the hell positioned this camera?
I believe that was you.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. All right, around we go, and other way. Okay, what's going on with those connectors? Look at all of them.
I like how wonky this one is.
Yeah, like all of them. None of them are in properly. None of them. That's all wrong.
Crinkle, 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 crunch, crunch, crunch.
This one's mostly fine. That's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay. Let's pull you out a moment. That's not okay. That one is okay. So yeah, basically none of those are okay. That is not okay. All right. Yeah, but like this is basic stuff. That's basic. Like no one, like these connectors are stiff. Don't get me wrong. You saw me fighting them to disconnect them when I was opening it up. The connectors are stiff. However, like at no point should anyone have taken a single look at that and said, yeah, that's okay. That is not okay. There is no planet where that is okay. Do you think that it might not be okay? It's not okay. I'm shocked. That's why I'm making a big deal of this. Like, yeah. Like, if something was, oh yeah, like, I've seen moments where it's like, oh, that might have come out in shipping or something like that, but no, that's just not okay. All right. Well then. Okay, right, I'm going to plug this in firstly. I'll put that back in. So, because we can't power on this power supply, it's kind of a moot point. We'll carry on. So, firstly, I need to power up this fan controller. Where are you getting power from? You're getting power from a PCI Express cable.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, because it means we need 4. Can we do 4?
Yeah, we'll just have to grab the other one.
Yeah. So we'll get this thing powered up from another power supply, and I would wager that it'll work just fine. We'll power it up and we'll throw some stress tests at it and just make sure it doesn't immediately fall over. But I'll bet money that's it. There's not a doubt in my mind that that's it. I'm not going to touch that for now, because what I want to do is when I've got the correct power cable, I want to reproduce the fault, then push the cables in properly, then test it again so I can prove that that was the problem. So I'm not going to touch those cables. I really, really want to correct that here while my hands are here, but I want to actually prove that conclusively so I can make sure that that was it. So yeah. Check if the plugs are not burnt. Yeah, that's the other thing. We've actually got to check that they're all okay as well. They probably will be, but yeah.
There you go. There you go.
All right. So I'm going to take this upright again. Let's go back to face cam. And I'll lob that over there.
Cool.
So we'll need to plug this in. We'll need to put this upright because we're plugging stuff in on both sides. Ooh. Right.
That can just go in the bag now.
Get in the bin. Doesn't look bad enough for serious arcing. I doubt there's any damage there, but we do need to check for it. because those are the conditions where arcing can happen. Right, I'm probably going to have this around the front. So yeah, can you hold on to that for a sec while I pull this around here? Let's go down to there. I'm trying to arrange it just so it looks nice on camera, basically.
No, that's fine.
Right, let's swing you out the way for a moment.
Where are you actually getting power from? Oh, is it that? Oh, it's that. Right, okay.
Motherboard screw in the top right isn't in properly. I don't want to get anal about stuff though. Right. Have we got dual EPS here? Do we not? Yeah, we don't really care about dual EPS right now, do we?
No, it's fine.
Right. Then that's got to come around the back.
Yeah,
and
that's
got
coming
to
around the back.
Yeah, can you see it? Yeah, cool. Right, and then that guy is going into the graphics card. Graphics. Right, and that is in properly. All right. And you are not needed.
Yeah, and then that's space hotel.
Bang. Cool. All right. High input caps. Cool. Right. Would you like to lean around the front and push the button?
No. I will simply reach at the button.
Right. As a special treat, the fan is spinning on the power supply, so that transplant was successful.
And isn't instantly going.
It's probably going to be a lot quieter. Like these things were always noisy.
Yeah.
Whee! Oh, I didn't plug in any other cables, so that's cool. It should boot into Windows though, so we should get an output. What happened to the keyboard?
It's by your right hand.
Well, that's the Intel one. The NMAX one was the one we've been using though, so that's nearby somewhere.
Oh, it's over here.
Yeah, I can't see where the adapter... Oh, it's there. It doesn't matter. You're there now.
Did you take a username and password for this?
I got a horrible feeling I didn't. Just see if it asks for one.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm a fool, and I didn't get a username and password. So,
okay.
Let's...
It's the fan? What?
So let's... So we'll shut it down again, and we'll just lob the test... we'll just lob the test SSD in there. And basically, we'll just throw a couple of stress tests at it. And to be honest, I think we're more or less just sanity checking. If we put another SSD in there and it just crashes out on a stress test, then we know that A, there is a problem with it, and B, my guess that it's the power supply is incorrect. So we can at least check for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool. All right. Yeah, hit the power button to shut down. Also means that we don't have to dance around customer details as well. So, yeah, cool. All right. It powered up though, so it means we're in business. So let me grab an appropriate screwdriver for changing an SSD. Going to turn that sideways slightly. No SSD in the top slot.
Just a massive dent in it anyway.
Yeah. I'm going to just put R1 in the top slot anyway because I'm here now, and we'll just boot select. That also means that technically we haven't taken out the customer's SSD, so arguably we've just messed with it less. because I would like to mess with this as little as possible.
Why would we boot an environment to add a new user when we can just use our test SSD?
Yeah.
That is
Overcomplicating the
presently
problem.
installed in the machine.
There we go.
What is it? F8?
I would just delete into BIOS and then do boot override. That's always the easiest way. I think it's F8 for Gigabyte and F12 for Asus, or the other way. No, I think it's the other way around. It's F8 for Asus, F12 for Gigabyte. But it's easier just to go into BIOS and do boot override. So
I presume R1's a Kingston.
R1
is an SM520.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because it ain't 2 terabytes. So
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Oh yes, I thought that model number was just 2G for a moment. I was just like, yes.
Yeah. So if you scroll down, there should be boot override. It might be under save and exit actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
128. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Cool. We'll just make sure that actually starts our version, and then we'll switch to capture.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's disk checking because it crashed in the other system. So we'll allow it.
It'll just go and finish.
Yeah, those Lianli fans are kind of sexy.
What motherboard is it? It's Aorus Elite something.
Oops. Sorry, I'm dragging my microphone on the desk. Yeah, it's a Gigabyte. Let's see. I can't see because the model number is behind this big ass graphics
here,
card.
Isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. It's a Z790 Aorus Elite AX.
There you go.
Who left this here?
It's a 3K OC with a junk Kingston. I mean, somewhat. There you go. That is our environment. Desktop. Whoops. Capture. Ta-da! It's booted.
Cool. Right, make sure we've got graphics drivers, and I vote we throw superposition at it and then throw Cinebench at it and just see what it does.
We have cores. They have turboed.
Yeah, what CPU is it actually? 4900 KF. Ooh, spicy. Yeah. Are we sure this thing's not going to try and pull more than 300 watts?
Whoops. I may have just launched that twice.
Not for long enough to matter. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fully willing to be wrong on that. I just always assume the worst, basically.
Accept. Right. Off. Multi-core. Multi-pass.
Multicore.
There you go.
Can you just scroll to the right on the right-hand list so we can see the maximum on the powers a sec? Okay, I thought I saw a 400 watt peak, and I was like, I'm sorry, what? You know, like it was for a second, but still.
Yeah, that's running.
Yeah, it looks like that's power limited to 280.
255 maybe?
Really? Damn, this has got way more to give if you let it run, but the problem is I don't know what you're allowed to do with these. Are we allowed to just let it suck back power now, or with the new BIOSes do we have to power limit to like 250 to stop it from killing itself?
It depends on the voltage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it should be 253.
It should have the new Intel Safety BIOS and be 253. Yeah. Yeah. Was that what we were seeing just then? Because it looked about that, wasn't it?
2 secs.
Yeah, 253. Yeah, it's aiming for 253. So yeah, it's got the new BIOS for it, which makes sense. Like they're a system integrator, they're not going to be foolish enough to not update this board.
Yeah, and the Renesas power stages are reporting 268 out. which makes sense because obviously there'll be little drops through it, so it'll need to be ever so slightly higher.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, so we'll get through Cinebench. I can't remember. So the customer said, I think the customer said it was. I didn't.
The P-core clock is low.
Which clock? Sorry.
The P-cores are only at 3 to 3.5 gigahertz.
Yeah. Are they just power limited into the Stone Age now, though?
I mean, looks like it.
Yeah. Does that go both ways? That's neat. Yeah. Many updates since the first 253. Yeah, okay. New BIOS should be limiting the volts to below 1.5. I should hope so, yeah.
Yeah, also reshaping the vid table.
Yeah. Yeah, so, customer said it was freezing. I guess if it gets through a Cinebench and it gets through a superposition, then that is enough of a confidence test for this podcast today. Having seen those power supply connectors, I am 99% certain that is the problem. I'm fairly sure that is our issue. But I will need the customer's power cable to do testing on that. Even if I plugged them in properly now, we couldn't test it, so I'm just not going to touch them. But that being the case, I will... I don't know. I guess it's good enough for a no post on Sundays. Just to say, hey, this big PC came... I can do a cracking clickbait title for it. Customer spent $3,000 on a new PC and it doesn't work because of this one simple problem.
Yeah. JD, what score should we be getting in 2024, if you know? Because we got 1845 with HW info in the background and stuff.
I'll type that in. 1845, just for posterity.
I'm
Yeah.
just going to close that and then hit start again.
2024 is scamware, apparently.
How? Is it because there aren't any big HW bot points for it?
Yeah. Isn't R24 too old for these modern CPUs, though?
No, this is the newest version. It came out last year.
No, I mean, sorry, the previous version. Like, we're using this one because the previous version...
Oh, I mean, no.
Yeah. Yeah. £8 on Amazon for a C19 cable.
Yeah. I've left a couple of tabs open from Amazon and eBay.
Quickly check that. Worse than AV that mine on your system. Elaborate? What's the problem? What is it, mining crypto or something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, there's one there that's 826.
Oh, yeah. 826 prime
there we
delivery.
go. Unexpected kernel mode trap.
Oh, interesting. Oh, it died. Okay. We might have something. Should be around 2200. Yeah, so we got 1845, so we're well short. But then, is that 2200 at 300 watts, though? You know, I know I keep harping on about power, but power is everything.
I am going to change something, if that's okay. I'm going to restore defaults. I'm going to load optimize defaults and then enable XMP.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
As soon as I remember where XMP is.
Yeah, like none of what... Us restoring defaults and XMPing it doesn't invalidate warranties. This is logical things to do if a computer is not working. It's logical that the customer would try to do this.
For the video.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I'm telling you for the video.
Got it. Yeah.
So you know what stuff we did.
Yeah. Save profile. That probably was a good idea because then we could have gone back and looked through it at some point, but it's too late now.
Yeah. The other thing I would look at is Oh, you just closed the tabs.
Yeah, what were you going to say?
If you open the tabs again. I think it was this one.
Oh,
Just that, just because.
Oh yeah, that's
It's
an
handy
adapter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just handy to have that on hand. Just to plug in whatever you've got already plumbed in Intel. You can just go, oh, fine.
Sure.
Right, fine. I'll run R23 to give us a score that people might know.
So JD stops. JD stops going.
Right, multi away.
We do not like 2024, and we will not elaborate why.
Calls go. Brrr.
That wasn't a freeze. It was blue screen of death. Yeah, kind of.
But also just we have an issue.
Yeah. This is the thing, like a blue screen of death is just a crash is a crash. This is why when people say sort of, oh, what does the event viewer say and stuff like that, broadly speaking, it doesn't really matter what the blue screen actually was.
Yeah.
Although we should just check in case it's like memory related or something like that. But it's still a crash.
Yeah.
Which is all we're looking for at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. R23 did 36,700.
36,700.
Yeah. Which seems about 4,000 low. Yeah.
Yeah. What were the temps?
I don't know. I was running that without anything else open to give us a reasonably valid score.
Yeah. Let's check temps just in case we're massively thermal throttling or whatever.
Yeah.
Other than that, I assume it's power throttling. Again, sorry if anyone has already... must be power limiting like crazy. So this is the question. Do the new fixed BIOSes introduce a lot of performance loss due to power limiting?
I think the answer to that question is solidly it depends on what you're running.
Yeah.
Hey, 6 gigahertz.
Right. Yes, they do. Yeah. Okay. So that's why we're down on power. Like we're not here to get the most amount of power out of this. This computer not performing at its peak is just. This is why Caradog and I constantly crap on Intel. You know. Because they either suck back all of the power in the world or they underperform. You know, this is the problem with Intel in a nutshell. You know, in order to fix it, they had to massacre the performance. This is the problem. And that's not a problem we're here to solve. So I don't really care if it's down on power. What we care about is if it crashes. So the crash is a problem. It's scoring low is because Intel.
Yeah. We're hitting a reported CPU package power of 252, 239.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's spiked up to 90 Celsius is the highest, which is fine.
Yeah, that's not devastating. Like if it had bounced off of 97 or something, that probably meant there would have been some throttling there. But again, that's just Intel. Intel's looking for high temperatures, so Intel dropped power because everyone was blaming the power, which was never an issue. Yeah, it was yeah.
Yeah, the power was an issue separately.
Yes.
Only that it was using so much.
Yeah. The power is an
However,
issue just because AMD can do the same performance at much less power.
In certain workloads.
Yeah.
Like, I know which one I'd
yeah.
rather have. Chewing through, multi-threaded, you know, tile rendering and so on.
Yeah. This is a case of the customer needs to ship it back anyway. I mean... it depends. We've had that one crash. If it wasn't crashing, I would still be blaming the power supply, but I don't know. Because this is the thing. This is the reason why it's in the shop. Because if the solution to this problem is just plugging those power supply connectors in properly, it doesn't need to be shipped back. However, if it's still crashing on a different power supply, which means those connectors aren't a factor, then there could be something else wrong with it. In which case, yeah, sure, you ship it back. But I kind of want something a bit more consistent than a single blue screen while running a stress test. If I were you, tell the customer to ship it back in AWD and tell him AWD must tell him what broke, because this shouldn't be crashing when it's power limited this heavily. Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
Oh, it's a 4080 Super. There you go.
Okay, yeah. Mike's Unboxing says, just had to return your 14700 to Intel for RMA. Couldn't even install fresh Windows on it. Yeah. Presumably that's like an older chip that's had time to degrade. This one being a brand new chip, theoretically shouldn't have any issues. Yeah, I would love to be able to reproduce that crash more consistently, just to be certain.
Yeah. Oh, did you say Cinebench R15, JD, for what Madness was saying was a reasonably good test?
Yeah. Oh, Mike's Unboxing says his was only a week old. Interesting.
Yeah.
Which one did it crash on? Was that R23?
It crashed tabbing from 24 when it had finished.
Yeah. I vote we try that again just to see if we can reproduce that problem.
Yeah.
Because what I'm trying to uncover is ammunition for the customer.
It's also the fact it's only got 6,000 RAM.
Sure. Yeah. Like I'm not like I'm not here to debate the spec of the PC.
No, but it's just kind of
yeah, nothing to write home about, but 6,000 is fine.
Yeah, but it's Intel, it should be 76.
Yeah. I mean, it could be worse, you know.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Like, from my perspective, I'm trying to provide the customer with some value. So the value is that I diagnose the fault with this PC and arm the customer with the ammunition to go and talk to AWD with. So when they call up AWD and say, my new computer doesn't work, it crashes when running this specific test. Whereas if they go and say it doesn't work, absolutely, that's AWD's problem to solve, but it means that AWD can't mess the customer around because the customer actually knows what's wrong with it. The customer cannot be put into a position where they can be fobbed off because they already know what's wrong with it. And that gives them a much stronger position when they go back to AWD. That's the value that I'm trying to give to the customer.
Yeah.
16835. Yeah, that looks about right, I think.
Yeah, for 1080p extreme.
Yeah. I don't know what my 4080 does off the top of my head, actually, but that's
probably about
1500.
Probably 15900.
Yeah, that score makes sense. Is the important thing. It's not catastrophically low. So yeah, test CPU and spare Mobo. No, we're not taking this thing apart. Yeah, I'm not going that far with it. I do have another motherboard, but we're not taking this thing apart any further than unplugging power supply cables is one thing, but no, we're not pulling the CPU out. We've messed with it too much at that point. I think if we technically it shouldn't invalidate the warranty to take the CPU out and put it back in again, provided we don't damage it, but you're inviting problems if you do that, so no.
Or at least, inviting the conversation.
Yeah, at that point you now have to have an argument with AWD about whether the warranty is void or not. And you know,
It isn't.
yeah,
but you have to have the argument.
Yeah,
Which is
it isn't. But then there will be an argument where you have to start citing your consumer rights. So yeah, froze. Yeah, have we frozen?
no.
Okay.
Maybe.
Oh, the clock has frozen.
Yeah. Cinebench itself may have frozen.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't like
yeah,
Cinebench.
looks like
It doesn't like Cinebench 24, does it?
Oh, it might be because I ran 23 and 24.
What, at the same time?
No,
they were
had
just both.
23 open, ran it, and then ran 24. Yeah, no, the timer stopped. So I will kill
Okay.
it and reopen it.
Yeah.
Um,
We're definitely looking at CPU issues here, though, aren't we?
and
We definitely
Yes.
seem to be able to reproduce something by throwing.
you
Cinebench
haven't
at it.
ended.
How many times must I teach you this lesson, old man?
Also, why won't you reopen maximized? You annoying thing. And thank you.
It's still. Oh, okay. There we go. I was going to say it was still in the background.
There you go. Did I copy 23 across? Yes. Sorry, 15. Right. Will you crash?
Brrr. It was very funny watching all the other CPUs on the chart just go ooh as it rescaled then.
Yeah.
Update BIOS. I don't know. We should probably just check what BIOS version it's running, if nothing else, because if it's running the latest BIOS, then that doesn't apply anyway.
It seems okay.
If it's not on the newest BIOS, then I will have I think I'd have to talk to the customer. I think at this point I'd have to talk to the customer and have the customer talk to AWD and just see what AWD, how they want to handle this.
Yeah.
If they said, sure, do a BIOS update on it and see if that fixes it. If that doesn't work, send it back. Then I would do that as a service and just say, sure, give me a tenner and I'll install the BIOS. However, if it's on the latest BIOS, it's a moot point. But also, again, we've had a couple of lockups here, and you know, we haven't done anything that should cause lockups so far, and we've had a couple of lockups. So, did that just die?
Yeah. 24 is a bit squicky.
Yeah. Latest BIOS is F13B. Can we check that from CPU Z?
Don't know.
Yeah. Have we just rebooted?
Yes.
Oh, was that deliberate? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I can't read that.
We are on FLB.
What the hell is it, FLB? Can anyone interpret this?
Oh, interesting. By default, resizable bar is turned off. Weird.
Try a fresh install. Do you reckon it'll crash while doing the fresh install?
In theory, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, am I just blind or is there no advanced toggle?
Top right, advanced mode. It's very grey, like right at the top.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
I was expecting like a F7 to set, but yeah.
70C in the BIOS. Yeah, BIOS is weird though.
Yeah, that definitely says FLB is the
Yeah.
BIOS version.
Apparently FLB is correct for the Elite. Is that the latest though? Yeah. So yeah, So yeah, rebar being off, that can damage graphics performance in certain instances. However, that's nothing to do with the fault that we're looking at. So yes, rebar should be on, but we don't care right now. And yes, apparently FLB is the latest 4th of December. What are you giggling at?
Read these words.
AI boost CPU biscuits 89.407 chocolate points. I see. Oh. Yeah. There was a boss at work known as FLB. I see. Yes. 70C in the BIOS isn't normal means the pump isn't running properly. I mean, maybe, but we don't have cooling problems because we were only hitting 90. It wasn't showing signs of a thermal throttle.
No, it was going all the way up to the max wattage.
I mean, again, we can check the. Let's see. Where's the pump being controlled for? Do you want to check the smart fan setup?
Oh, it's just F6.
Yeah, because like we could make sure that the pump is locked off at full speed. CPU fan 3183. Yeah, that's pump speed. And we are on silent running, so that's probably it. Like you could stick the CPU fan speed control at full. And then if you just save and exit and go back into BIOS again.
It is just that CPU fan that's connected.
Yeah, save and exit, go back into BIOS again, and we should see the temperature tank. So yeah, that would explain the high idle temperature because the pump is backing off. However, the pump will ramp up. When there is higher temperature. So again, that's not what's causing us problems. Yeah, that temperature is coming down now.
There's also just... the reason for that is there's no fans on the AIO. There's the fans on the AIO don't spin.
Oh, I saw they weren't spinning earlier on, but I assume that's because we were at idle or something.
They are not spinning at all, and it's hot. The AIO is hot.
Oh, okay. We're just running passive.
Yes, that's why we have high temperatures.
Right.
The fans aren't
Where are those
fanning.
fans getting their power from? Right. Where do you go? You go to these left fans. I'll just confirm that. If I unplug that, that's the intake fans. So the other one, can you just, oops. Damn it, I pushed the power button.
Oh well.
I put my hand on it, felt a click, and was like, oh no! And then it turned off. Can you smash it back into BIOS again, please?
Oh, they are spinning now.
Okay.
The middle fan has stopped spinning for the intake.
Okay, hang on a sec. I'm just going to unplug this connector.
These fans have stopped spinning.
Yeah. Is the pump LCD on?
No.
Okay, if I do that, what have we got now?
The pump LCD is still not on.
Okay, yeah, that's probably a USB control from Windows, as people are saying. What fans have we got now?
Just the intake ones.
All right, yeah. Okay, where are those fans getting power from then?
Oh, the block just lit up. The screen turned on.
Okay.
So I don't know what you touched, but the screen just
Nothing.
came on.
I think that was probably just USB initializing or something. Is there another fan brick in here that I haven't seen and we haven't got connected? How's that?
The fans did spin when the PC just turned on.
Yeah. Right, they're getting power from there, so that's a ribbon. That has to be that top connector. I can't see what else it would be. I think it might just be aggressive. I think it might just be a really, really aggressive fan profile or passive fan profile as such. But this is kind of beside the point because our CPU isn't overheating.
No, but it's just the fact of it's not spinning.
Yeah, but like, again, that's not a problem we're here to solve. We're not here to make this computer better. We're here to diagnose it.
Yeah, we just need to double check it actually spins when the CPU's at temperature.
Yeah, okay, sure, we'll double check that. However, at this point, I'm kind of the opinion that this is probably a bad CPU and they should send the PC back.
Yeah.
Lianli fans controlled only in Windows, software based. Yeah, they should have like a default profile though. Like,
if that's the case, that's friggin' terrible, because what if the end user reinstalls Windows and then never installs that software?
Yeah, that's...
Now you kill your AIO.
Yeah, that's fail deadly. You know, like any Corsair AIO, the fans will default to like 50%. And if you want it to run quiet, you load the software. It should have a default fan profile that is fairly fairly high fan speed. So, yeah. Could it be RAM related, XMP profile? No, because Cinebench doesn't care about RAM. I would...
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. That's NTOS kernel.exe. Was that blue screen then? Welcome to Lianli's stupid ideas. Man, would that be confirmed? Yeah.
Donk.
Yeah, throw a load at it and see if we'll see if the fans ramp up. Maybe the fans are just super quiet running or something like that. Nothing. I'm going to fiddle with this connector again. No, pressing that in is not making a difference. Right, it is the braided cable. And yeah, the braided line connects to there. Okay, let me try something else. What if I do this? Probably shouldn't do this while it's on load, but YOLO. Oh, there we go.
The screen just turned off.
I've swapped around the connectors on the fan hub.
Oh, the fans are spinning now.
And now the intake fans aren't spinning. The Lianli hub is faulty. Or one of the channels doesn't work.
Just feel the heat coming out the AIO now.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the channels on the fan hub doesn't work.
Would you mind leaving the AIO fans spinning? Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Good. And they're ramping. There you go.
All right, there we go. That's another issue solved. Non-zero chance it was overheating then in that case, because we weren't seeing high temperatures, but it still could have been throttling.
Yeah, so I'm just going to let that run for a little bit. That was it. That one? Ah, there you go. Core temperatures.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So we'll get it through R23 then. I vote we go back to R24 simply because that was making it upset. And if it stops being upset in R24, then that would mean that we're making progress with it. Yeah, NTOS kernel blue screen, it basically doesn't mean anything. It is just simply Windows had a hissy fit. There's a dozen reasons that could cause that. Thought RGB was supposed to give more points. We've been deceived.
There you go with thermal throttling. Yeah.
Perhaps that was it just bouncing off of the throttle, but
Yeah.
yeah, like that's not going to be enough to crash it though, surely. Like, sure, we might lose some top end power, but
Yeah, we're like 10,000 points below where we should be. Which is a reasonable amount.
yeah. The thing is, what's our conclusion here? That's the thing. I think I think we can conclude that the computer doesn't run correctly, and there is an issue with the cooling or the CPU or something along those lines. We've got the cooling doesn't seem to be very good. There's possibly an issue with one of the Lianli fan controller channels. So yeah, we certainly seem to have thermal problems, which we shouldn't have. It seems to not be particularly stable in Cinebench 24, and a load of the plugs on the power supply are not plugged in properly. So we kind of have enough ammunition to go back to AWD and just say, try harder, to be honest.
Yeah, and
Like,
also just kind of send it back.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we don't have, there is not, yeah, it's died again. We don't have a single point of failure where we can say, okay, that's it, that's the smoking gun. But we've discovered enough to warrant saying, no, we're done here, send it back, kind of thing. Collectively, there is enough ammunition. Try the fresh Windows install for a giggle. You know what? Yeah, sure.
Only if we can get their SSD out.
Yeah, we probably need to do that just for good measure,
Peak
just so we don't
safety.
accidentally demolish that.
And then overcores dump down to 800. And the
Oh, wow.
voltage dies to 0.7.
Oh yeah, that's cataclysmic. I don't think that's fan control. That's a bad mount or a busted... where's the thermal camera?
The temperatures are only in the 40s for the cores, though, because they're just dumping down to that voltage.
Yeah, that's why the temperatures look normal. It's not because we're not overheating, it's because they're dumping voltage, yeah. So yeah, I agree. I said earlier on, oh, it's not overheating, the temperatures are fine. But yeah, you know what? I'm coming around.
Weird.
I'm going to quickly just scope the cooling with the thermal cam to see if I can see any indicators of a busted pump. The pump was giving us reading though. We were getting like 3100 RPM, and that's not a fan. That's a pump. Fans do not go 3100 RPM.
Yeah, only industrials that you'll hear it.
Yeah.
30 something, 40 something decibel.
Yeah, we've got flow there. The hoses on this one are pretty well insulated, so it's difficult to see. But what I would be looking for is on a bad AIO, you'll usually find that one hose is hotter than the other, whereas you should see obviously the output from the CPU will be slightly warmer, but broadly speaking, there should be a rough equilibrium. And if you see one side is cold, like blue, and the other side is hot, orange, that's a flow issue at that point. But yeah, there's nothing screamingly wrong, but yeah, at the same time, yeah, bad mount maybe. Again though, we're not here to fix this PC, so we can't really put that to the test. So, yeah.
Weird.
We're running over time at the moment. I feel like it's not going to take long to do this Windows install test, just for interest's sake. I'm kind of interested in that, just because if that reproduces the problem, then that would be very interesting. I've put down the macro lens and immediately lost it. All right, it'll show up. You have enough to tell the customer. Yeah, absolutely. We've got enough now at this point. I'm just, again, morbid curiosity.
Oh, really?
What are you up to at the moment?
Trying to open 7-zip.
Oh, do you want to do a decompression test or something? Yeah.
Really? Did it just not start menu? Okay. That'll be why.
Remove the plastic film from the cooler. Imagine.
Benchmark.
Anyway, we can refuse to install 24H2. What?
Womp, womp, womp.
Yeah.
So it's possibly a CPU.
Did you do the decompression just then?
I just started the benchmark and it just went.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm calling it. It's CPU.
The only thing I will do, because we haven't checked, is I will disable XMP.
Okay. Yeah. That's fair.
Because it could be RAM.
Yeah. To my knowledge, there's no issues with 24H2 at the moment, unless you're running a very specific game that has anti-cheat that hates it. I've personally, I'm not running 24H2 on anything though, so I can't vouch for it. But
I've not had issues on the couple of machines I've used. I use with it on.
Yeah, to my knowledge, the only issues with 24H2 are a couple of games where their anti-cheat doesn't like it. So yeah, remember to take out your SSD. Yeah, we'll do that in a sec.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, CPU corrosion. I don't know. I haven't read the white papers on the failure modes. However, this is demonstrably a bad CPU. And based on the fact of just, based on everything at this point, it's a case of no. Or a USB scanner. Oh, Epson software is archaic. I'm kind of not surprised. Right, where is... I'm going to look again for my... there it is. I found it. I found the macro lens.
You're going to look again for the end of your sentence?
I was going to say I'm going to look again for that macro lens just so I can put this back together. There we go. All right. Otherwise I'll lose it. Can't believe people are still buying a 9 after everything came out in the news. I don't think many people are. However, this customer is... this is a father-son duo who bought their kid a new gaming rig for Christmas. They're not discerning. They're buying the expensive computer and trusting that the people selling it to them know what they're talking about. And in a surprise to no one, system integrators are desperate to get rid of their Intel stock right now. So,
oh, interesting. Could be the RAM.
It's incredibly not surprising. Oh, okay.
Interesting. Is it going too far to swap the RAM out?
I don't think so, because like no one can tell. It leaves no marks.
Yeah.
You know. I don't want to touch things like the CPU and stuff like that, but changing the RAM, that no one will know.
Because it instantly crashed at XMP. And this is run for 40 seconds. So, yeah.
What speed was the RAM XMP?
Just 6,000.
So yeah, it's not exactly screaming.
Nothing even particularly interesting, which is wild. Oh, is that how you make it use more RAM? Yeah. Huh, cool. Would you like to accidentally use 31 terabytes of RAM?
Cool.
Interesting.
Right. Shall I get the fancy RAM?
Yes. Yeah, if you want to stick in the
Yeah.
other stuff. What I will do, whilst you're doing that, is I will re-enable XMP and then start it again.
Yeah, reproduce the
And
fault.
then hopefully it will crash.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't...
Yeah. Is it worth... yeah, let's reproduce that problem one more time to make sure it wasn't a fluke. And then also, just before we pull the RAM out, let's just stick memtest in there. And just give it 60 seconds, just in case it just starts spitting out errors.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if we stick in memtest and memtest starts spitting out errors at us, then yeah, we kind of don't need to pull the RAM out. We've immediately proven the fault. Then
Yeah.
reseat the RAM. Yeah, there might be mileage in that.
I mean,
let's
technically...
yeah, because again, like if we can fix the problem by reseating the RAM, then the PC doesn't need to be sent back. But we just as I thought we cracked this, we might be... Caradog might be onto something with memory here.
Because this is a 4-dimmer board, technically it only supports DDR5 4800.
Right. What's it doing? Is it RAM training or something?
It's turning on,
I
maybe.
see.
Desktop initialization has taken a lot of time a couple of times. So... there we go.
I assume 6,000 works on everything, odd times. It should do. 6,000 is the current sort of safe speed. Like 6,000, especially on AMD, 6,000 is kind of the speed that you want to aim for.
Yeah.
That
technically, whilst the evidence is the other way around on the sense of, you know, what we see in the world, and Intel does way above 6,000. Obviously, the only supported speed on 4-dimmer boards is 4800 or slower. And also, technically, Intel says that the degradation issues don't count if you're running RAM faster than 4800. So as long as your CPU doesn't crash running RAM at 4800, you don't have a faulty CPU.
Gross. That's kind of disgusting.
And I'm like, oh yes. Oop.
Yeah, your CPU isn't faulty as long as you're running it at, you know, significantly degraded speed. Your engine isn't faulty, just don't take it past 3,000 RPM.
Nope, didn't crash.
Are we back on XMP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But 7-zip did. Yeah, cool.
Oh,
looks like
7-zip crashed.
The benchmark did. Yeah,
Oh,
it looks like...
yeah, same thing, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we...
Yeah, so you have reproduced the fault.
An issue. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, cool.
Definitely issues.
Okay, so we have a reproducible fault that's very easy to reproduce now. Nice, that's progress.
That was laggy.
Let's quickly throw memtest at it.
Chuck that. Took that thing back where it came from. So help me.
So help me.
So help me. End scene.
Yeah, any of the SanDisk ones.
SanDisk.
I've no idea why there's two partitions, but they both do the same thing.
Is one UEFI?
Nope, they're both UEFI. I've no idea. I've not really looked into it either, though, just because I don't care. Either one works, so yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. Seeing the test thing move across, I forgot that wasn't the errors, and I thought it was just going, error! And I was like, oh! Because this is it 64 gigs of RAM? Yeah, because it's 64 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, a full pass is going to take all night. We're not going to do a full pass here. I just want to see if it starts spitting out errors with... There we go. There we go. That's what I was waiting for.
On CPU
Yeah.
8.
That's why we don't need a full pass. A confidence test takes less than a minute.
Interesting,
Like,
okay.
yeah, it's the old story of you can't be certain that the memory is okay without doing full passes, but you might get a fail within seconds, which gives you the information that you needed. So yeah, okay. So
I'm just
yeah.
gonna, because it was so quick, I'm just gonna run it again and see if it was CPU 8 again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because we're still
So
not
then-
certain if it's memory or
Yeah.
CPU and so on.
What we do now? So we're going to run it again.
That's the wrong screen. That's why that doesn't work.
Yeah. So we're going to run it again. Make sure we get the same result. Then we technically we should turn off XMP and see if we get a pass. But I think that will probably be okay, and that won't really help us. So what I would suggest is that we double check our work. Then we put in the other memory kit at XMP speeds.
Yeah, just
and
under.
see if that one falls over as well.
Yeah.
If the other one at XMP doesn't immediately fall over, then there's a good chance we have memory issues.
Yeah.
If the other one at XMP does immediately fall over, it's a good chance it's the CPU.
Yeah.
That's my assessment.
Yeah. We'll see where the error comes up. If it does.
Sai says the whole thing is a good explanation of why you hate customers chasing you for updates. Like, until you have certainty, the running theory can change every 5 minutes. Yeah, big same. This actually happened with the PC specialist build I'm working on. Yesterday I called the customer and I said, yeah, it's not a big deal. I think the SATA controller might have died. That's not a problem. We'll just lob an NVMe SSD in there. And today I called him up and I said, everything I said to you yesterday was wrong and we might have a major issue. I don't know what's wrong with it and I'll get back to you. So it's just like, yeah.
Okay, no, it was CPU 10 this time. And that was... Where's the timer? But it was on 33%.
Time is just above where it says, just above the error row, middle of the screen, left side. Yeah.
So it was sub 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's all I wanted to check was... shove it. Fucking turn off.
Cool. Let's change the RAM. Oh, are we off yet? Because the...
No, it's restarting.
Oh, okay. What are we doing?
I meant to turn it off, but I hit Control-Alt-Delete and forgot that was restart.
Yes. Okay.
I didn't fully brain.
Yeah. Also, Arnold Levfarmer said reseat the RAM or push the RAM in. I agree. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to swap out the RAM. Then if this RAM is okay, we put the customer's RAM back in again to do the double-blind check test and check our work.
Yeah, suggest at the same time we change multiple variables and just wipe down the contacts, stick them in the opposite slots.
Yeah, exactly that.
Just because we tick off the whole list of things and just kind of go,
Yeah, we're expecting it to. At the moment, I think we're expecting a bad CPU, so it should be very easy to keep reproducing the problem despite how many things we change.
Yeah.
Do you just want to do a visual inspection on these modules and just make sure they're not broken in half or anything?
That's quite nice. PDF file. Oh, 6,000, 38, 38, 38, 78.
Oh my god. Yeah, the RAM is terrible.
This one came.
38.
This one came out the left slot, didn't it? Because this was the first one you handed me.
Yeah, the first wasn't paying attention.
Okay,
sorry.
no, that's fine. I was just trying to make sure we put them in the opposite way round.
Yeah.
Because then we have definitely moved it, kind of thing.
Yeah, should have been paying attention to that, though. I agree.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, that RAM is pretty terror bad.
That's nasty. Yeah.
Other way up.
Yeah.
Well, I was right. That's ready to go. Hit it. I'm going to get a Kit Kat. Do you want a Kit Kat?
No, thank you.
Fine.
I am, however, Going to wait for you to come back on screen. And then make use of your microwave.
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
I'm going to wait for you to come back on screen. And then I'm going to wait for Memtest start. And then I'm going to make use of your microwave.
Oh, right, yes. Yep. Yeah, we're running pretty overtime here at the moment. I was getting to a position where I wanted to try and wrap up the stream. I was like, okay, I think we've got enough. We're done here, kind of thing. But we're kind of making progress again, and that's interesting to me.
Oh, we don't have postcode readout.
Really? Yeah, we got LEDs though. Yeah, we've got LEDs. We're probably RAM training at the moment.
Yeah. But it was just a fact of, I was just like, oh, is there a postcode readout on this? No. Not on the Elite, yeah. Awful. A myriad of water closet issues. I mean, that does somewhat describe this computer. Even if it was a typo.
Oh, come on, dude. Shouldn't take this long to RAM train on a modern.
I mean, it's up to 5 minutes.
Is it really though?
Yeah. Like, I'd actually expect like 2 minutes on basically everything these days. But like
day 1 AM5 was 5 minutes. These days it's not.
But also, depends how much RAM you've got. On desktop stuff, oh, absolutely, not that long, but workstation where you've got like 8 friggin' channels. Yes.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's BIOS reset. Have you got a BIOS reset button on you?
Oh, you don't have clear CMOS on the back panel.
No, that also would have been easy. Holding button.
Next week,
Holding button.
is Kara doing RAM training? No.
Done. All right.
What?
Hit it.
Don't cheap out on RAM with fancy lights. Can't go wrong with Corsair Crucial. Right?
That's
Good.
nothing to do with it.
Okay. And?
RGB doesn't make RAM bad. And you can have bad RAM that doesn't have RGB on it. It's nothing to do with it. Everyone loves to hate on RGB. It's nothing to do with performance.
What? There you go. Oh!
All right there.
Oh, why is it Japanese?
That's Chinese, you insensitive clod.
Oh,
actually,
Chinese,
I don't
yeah.
know, actually.
Why is it not English?
I don't know.
Load optimized defaults. It hasn't changed the language.
Oh no, are we going to have to find the language settings?
What? English.
Okay. Right.
Still English.
Yeah, it looks like we've gone to XMP by default. Cool. Let's
Good.
just smash straight back into Memtest, shall we?
It's just DDR5 800. No.
Oh, you're just going to back it off from something that's to something that's less
Yeah.
extreme, yeah. Fair enough. Size as F, but in Chinese.
800 shouldn't actually work. No. I don't know why it goes below 40, 41, 33. CPU biscuits is decreasing. My biscuits! My biscuits!
It was 89. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. I wonder what it changed to. Lord, I thought you'd have gone to the pub by now. Yeah, I would like to be done. We are coming up to the 4-hour marker, and I don't like the podcast being 3 hours, let alone 4 hours.
Right.
However, we're kind of still learning things here. I mean, none of it actually changes the outcome. I think whatever we discover here is going to be... Carador's gone to do a microwave. None of this changes the outcome. This PC is getting sent back. However, we're learning interesting stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. Are we going to our one or the customer one? Our one. Okay, yeah.
Oh, does it not boot memtest?
It did not.
Oh.
Yeah, I will just do it again.
That's what I told it to do.
Whack.
Tell them to send it back. Build them a computer yourself for £1,200 with a 7500F.
I could probably build the equivalent machine of this and make like 300 quid profit and still be cheaper than AWD. System integrators make a killing on systems like this. Okay, we should go into memtest this time. I think it just crashed out. Yeah, it doesn't want to go into memtest. Okay. I'm just going to fire up 7-zip and just see if the 7-zip test just crumbles and dies.
Oh, yes. Oh.
I don't know where you put 7-zip, so I'm just going to search for it like a noob.
It didn't seem to create any shortcuts, so it's just C program files. 7-zip.
Oh my god. I hate the 7-zip installer so much.
Left. No. 7-zip.
Oh, I can never remember which...
FM.
FM, yeah. And what do we want? Tools, benchmark? Yeah, there we go.
There you go. And then just don't do anything.
Yeah.
It's running.
F12 for boot menu. Yeah, along and up or up and along. How long did it last the previous time around? Wasn't...
A few seconds.
Yeah. I'll try the other boot partition of the... I'm just going to move this to a different port and then try booting from it again. Sometimes it can be slightly squicky, and I don't know why. So like I'm inconclusive result basically.
That completed. Could you open hardware info?
Yes.
It is on the desktop.
What are we after?
The RAM info.
Memory timings?
Mm-hmm. There you go. Yeah, cool. It did set the speed and stuff. That's fine. I was just making sure it enabled.
All right. Cool. I'm going to try and get it into memtest again, just so we can double check that. All right, partition 1. Oh, there we go. Fine, whatever. Yeah. Very well. Okay, so this needs to get through a couple of minutes without throwing up errors. 7-zip running was a good sign. So it looks like, yeah, if we can get past a couple of minutes in this with no errors, we go back to the customer RAM and see if the errors come back again. If the errors come back when we put the customer RAM back in, it's a memory issue. If the errors don't come back when we put the customer RAM back in, it sounds like it was a RAM seating issue that we have fixed, potentially.
Yes.
That then begs the question, okay, well, have we now just fixed the whole system? Don't know, because we don't really like the cooling and stuff. I would prefer to have not fixed this computer, but nah.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that. That's looking better. We had errors within the first minute, didn't we?
It was a minute 30.
Ah, okay, yeah.
But also because there's less RAM, it's going through it faster.
Mm.
But yeah, it getting through 7-zip was obviously a good sign as well.
I'm going to unmute you as a special treat. Welcome back.
Hi there. See ya.
That looks okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, okay. I'm going back to the customer RAM. Normally I would give it at least 20 minutes of a test, maybe even one full pass, just to be certain. However, we don't have 20 minutes right now, and previously we were getting errors within a minute or two. So because we're just confidence testing, we appear to have fixed it. So now we go back to the customer RAM.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Check our work. I want this RAM to be faulty.
That should go in the right.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Because if we fix the problem by reseating the RAM, then that's less ammunition available to the customer for a send back. Whereas if we prove that it has faulty RAM, then we can just be like, cool, just send this PC back. We're done here, you know.
Yeah.
That's a nice little bow on top of the package of information we've gathered. All right.
Done?
Yep. That's probably going to want a
Reset.
reset again. Yeah, my brain is mush. Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah.
Boop. Okay. Whoop. Yeah. So even if we have bad RAM, again, the CPU cooling didn't look great. I don't think the cooler's got the plastic on it. I think we'd be seeing catastrophic temperatures. Like, the temperatures were bad, but they weren't cataclysmic. But it was tanking down to 800 megahertz, though, wasn't it?
There's just stuff.
Yeah, there's There's a laundry list of possible issues with this.
Depends how long they've had it as well.
Oh yeah, no. I think they unboxed it like at or just before Christmas or something. Like it's got like maybe a couple of hours on the clock, to my knowledge.
But it depends on how long they've had it. Because if they've had it for fewer than 14 days, they can just get a refund.
Yeah.
So it's but that's unlikely, given.
Yeah, because of Christmas and stuff, time just runs away. So yeah.
Yeah. Was it 30 days? Just to request a refund because you don't want it?
Intel low power state is 800 megahertz. Yeah, this was under load, Mike. Yeah, this was happening while we were. It was tanking down to 800 during Cinebench, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's no posting as well.
Or at least trying to run Cinebench.
Yeah. We're going into RAM diagnostics. Ooh.
Oh, really?
Oh, it did something.
Consumer rights replaced this in selling and doubled the time frame. Really? You get 30 days now? Oh, amazing.
Neat.
Oh, cool. They can just send this back then. Doesn't matter if it's faulty.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Based off of that, assuming they got it tight to Christmas, as long as they do something about it before like the 20th.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, like there's not a doubt in my mind that they've got a case. I just want to. I just want a nice, pretty conclusion. I want to turn around and say, "This is what here is a list of the things that we found faulty with this computer," so they can just go in just with a sledgehammer and be like, "Give me my money back," kind of thing.
I mean, they can by going consumer rights 30 days instant refund. Thank you very much. Doesn't matter whether it's faulty or not.
Okay, next question though. Do I charge for my diagnostics? If I want to charge for my diagnostics, I have to actually diagnose it. So,
sure.
Yeah. That's kind of the other thing. That's why I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with it. Because if I come back and I can say, here is precisely the problems with this PC, I have provided value to the customer, and am entitled to then say, if I want to, then say, cool, that'll be X for the diagnostics, please.
Yeah.
I haven't decided if I'm going to charge them or not yet. That depends on how it all plays out. However, I want to gather the information so I have the option of charging them. I can't charge someone for saying, it's broke, mate, send it back. You don't get to charge diagnostics for that, you know. You've got to actually tell them exactly what's happened. They don't, you know, and like, yeah, because at the end of the day, they don't need me to tell them it's broke. They can tell it's broke. That's why they brought it to me. They want to know why it's broke. So I want to figure out exactly what's wrong with it.
Smell them a PC. I don't know how I've managed it, but I have generated a screw from this power supply. Despite the fact that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 holes.
Well, if you use all the screws up, then you didn't put it back together again properly.
There we go. Error. Different CPU as well.
Yeah, it's bad RAM. Cool. Okay. Yeah, if the customer now buys a PC from you and sends this one back, I'd say no charge. That's exactly it. When we have a conversation, if that conversation rapidly goes into the direction of them saying, you know what, we've lost all faith in this PC and in AWD, we'd like you to build one like it.
More errors.
Yeah, it'll keep doing that.
That's very dead then.
Yeah. If the conversation went in that direction, they said, cool, we want to buy a PC from you, I would immediately say, cool, there's no charge for the diagnostics. Let's talk about getting you a new PC. So, yeah, it just depends on how things pan out. So, yeah. However, there it is. It's bad RAM.
That will cause freezing.
Yeah. So, probably, the CPU is probably fine. However, it does look like it's overheating. So we've got cooling problems. we've got build quality problems, and we've got bad RAM.
Yeah.
That trifecta is enough to go on, in my view.
Yeah.
Did it fall over with the other RAM? No. Other RAM was fine. We put in the customer RAM and the errors came back. So yeah, that's it. It's RAM. So yeah, folks who reckoned it was RAM, congratulations. You win an internet cookie.
Not just an internet cookie. A
An
CPU cookie.
A CPU biscuit. We've got 89 of them to give away.
However, that number is rapidly reducing.
Yeah.
For reasons unknown. Get in the box.
Right. Now I've got to plug all these wretched cables back in. All right. Oh, this screw is from the case.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yes. Good. Very well.
Right. Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I'm just going to put this over here.
It's time to wrap it up, folks.
I'm just going to put this fire over here with the other fire.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what's... oh, yeah, what's next? I don't know, Si. What is next week? Is the thing happening? Like, next week, Caradog and I are going to Si's shop.
Yes.
But I don't know if we're bringing the filming kit, but we don't know if we're actually doing a thing or not yet. It's happening. Okay. Next week we will be doing the stream. We will be streaming live from Si's shop, where he's got a big silly gaming rig with custom water cooling that needs a complete overhaul.
It's also big custom water cooling on a 3600.
That's why it's silly. Yeah. It is the coolest 3600 this side of Essex.
What are you? Oh, is it a cable tie? Thanks. I now have a tough cable tie.
Okay. All right. Come on, in you go. I might.
What?
I'm going to leave that disconnected because the customer's probably going to have to take the graphics card out.
Graphics.
Yes. So, yeah. I'll save them the trouble of having to wrestle that thing out and possibly damaging it. Right, I might close up the stream because I'm now just going to fight with cables. Also, I need to pee. Right.
Do not pee onto a customer's computer.
It might cool it down. Kent, you fools. Or whatever, it's all the same thing. London. Anyway, so yeah, we will be from Si's place, and it'll be grand. If you want to hear more of my dumb voice, I will be live on Twitch tomorrow with more
Subnautica.
Subnautica. That's the one.
The underwater Minecraft.
I would say it's the underwater Terraria. But yes, anyway, thank you all.
My triggering statement was insufficiently triggering.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back next week from a different
something
location with something else.
Yes.
When VODs to YouTube. I'll start having a look at those this weekend actually, because I need to do YouTube VODs. So yeah. I'll start putting some of them up. So yeah.
Excellent.
Also wear merch. Yeah, soon. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Thanks for watching, everyone. Goodbye. See you all soon. Where's the live stream? We're going. Goodbye. See you soon. Thanks for coming. Bye.
Have fun.